Good morning, everybody. Super to have you join us here at the Gauteng Dressage Champs that they're holding at Kyalami Equestrian Park. We are about to start with our first rider, Trudy Cumberland, on the gorgeous Cornelius. And I'm Janet Dewar-Pitts, and I'm joined this morning by Marissa Setnich-Venter, who is not riding today, as she is about to have her first daughter. So I'm very, very lucky to have her in co-commentary. You'll see Trudy is now entering the arena. To salute to her judges, her judge at C being our German judge, Nikki Nuckermann, who's level 3, our old 4-star, and our judge at B is Mrs. Claire Bales.
Trudy showing a nice extended trot there across the diagonal. Then she'll be going into her shoulder in now and into an 8-meter circle.
Just chatting to Trudy a little bit earlier about this horse. She said that this horse is owned by Erin Pullinger, who has owned him for 5 years and who is studying in America. And she's kindly loaned him to Trudy to ride. Trudy is coached by Nicole Smith. And I think Trudy's one of our most experienced riders here, don't you think, Marissa?
Yeah, definitely. She's ridden all the way to Grand Prix.
So super for the horse to have an expert on board at this level. And she also said that
test is going well.
Test is going beautifully so far. She said that Cornelius's favorite treats are carrots, but scrunchy green apples are his best.
Very nice shoulder in there. From our angle here, I can only see 3 legs.
Yeah,
so that's
no,
perfect.
super angle, and then into that small circle. Remember, that circle is only to go to 8 meters, not 10 meters. 10 meters being on your center line, 8 meters being 2 meters off your center line. Good transition into the walk, nice.
Yeah, very accurate.
Nice and relaxed. What would you say the hard parts are in this test, Marissa?
I think the canter work is definitely a level up from advanced. So let's see how that goes. But I must say it's a very nice collected walk here.
Super. Generally looking for more engagement, more sitting on the hind leg.
Yes, obviously in preparation for the canter pirouettes. Obviously it's only half pirouettes in this test, but definitely a step up, because at advanced it's normally just more of a big working half pirouette.
Yeah.
Whereas here I'm sure the judge is looking for nice, tight half pirouettes.
With keeping the activity.
Yes. And of course the changes being 3 and 4 time changes. This would also be a change from advanced, where now you're having to count between the changes, and it'll be 5 changes for each line.
Very nice upward transition.
Yeah.
And now it's an uphill. So you will see that
Steep
she's ridden that that short side around A, very collected in order to prepare for the half pass into the flying change at X.
Which was executed very well.
Remember, you've got your judge sitting at C, so she will see exactly if your flying change is at X or not. And having spoken to Nikki a little earlier, she just mentioned that that is one of her things that she's quite fussy about, is that the flying change is always on the center line for this test.
Now to maintain this counter canter around the corner.
And that's difficult, to change straight in front of the judges. It's a long test, isn't it?
But
What
it
is
flows,
what
it
is the
flows
length?
very well.
What is the timing on this test? Probably about 6 minutes.
Time 5.5.
5.50.
Okay, now the falls. Was it meant to be falls?
I think those was
Yeah,
a
I think
line.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was meant to be every fourth stride. I think the judge is ringing the bell.
This seems to be a better line. Trudy's looking very happy. I think the horses. Oh, the bell has gone, and she's just been called up by the judge.
I think it
Just
was because she did the
The-
maybe
a
stand
line
to
of
be corrected.
threes.
Yeah, she did a line of threes and it was meant to be fours.
The line of fours, yeah. So this will just be judged as an error, of course. The judge will go back into her box, and
probably be then a -2.
yeah, it'll be written as a -2 off the score at the end, and but Trudy will be able to carry on with her test.
Yeah.
Difficult to get your composure back after that.
Yeah.
I've had it happen, and you sort of can't dwell on it. It's like show jumping. If you hear a pole fall behind you, you've got to just carry on.
Focus on the next,
Yeah.
the next movement. So now she will redo that line as fours. Yeah. So she did do fours that time.
Fours, and then her next line will be the threes.
Threes.
I think it's comforting for us amateurs to see that even the pros make mistakes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Big
That was
smile
a
on
nice-
Trudy's
yeah,
face.
That was a nice line
And a
of
big
threes.
pat.
You can see he gets rather excited over the changes.
Yeah, a little tight and tense. Let's have a look now. I think this is the medium canter,
Oh, extended.
extended. And then a difficult transition that they're very fussy on your transitions in and out of your extended canter.
And then that flying change at the end.
Yeah.
So the flying change should not be at F. It should be a stride or two just before F, still on the straight line. And a very nice halt
Super
to end her
halt.
test.
Judy can be very happy with
Yeah.
that. We will be updating you with scores as soon as they come in. But Judy looks delighted.
Big smile.
Big smiles,
Lots
big
of
pats. Yeah. And this is what dressage is all about, guys. Rewarding the horses that worked hard.
Yeah.
Okay, we are looking for our second rider, who is Roxanne, riding Lorenzo QS. So I think the QS would be that she's riding out of the Quantum Stud, or the horse was bred at the Quantum Stud, which is based, I think, in Benoni, if that's
Oh.
right.
I'm not actually sure.
Some very, very nice horses coming out of that stud. So looking forward to seeing what Roxanne has to bring us today. Okay, onto our second rider, Roxanne, riding Lorenzo QS. There's her bell to start.
He's checking us out.
Yeah. The tent wasn't here yesterday, so the horses will all be having a little look. Hopefully not too much of a look.
Yeah, we'll try to stay as still as possible.
Stay still, not breeze.
But at least there's no wind today.
Yeah,
so
that makes a big difference.
hopefully it stays like that.
A lovely, very accurate entrance. And she goes into a medium trot across the diagonal.
Sure,
that is
very
fantastic.
nice.
Yeah. A slight loss of rhythm there. So that's going to be quite expensive. She probably started off on about an 8. That might have brought her down a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of marks.
And then we go into our FB shoulder in.
And then into our 8-meter circle.
Remember that 8-meter circle is 2 meters off the center line. And having spoken to our judge at C from Germany a little earlier, she said she's been very strict on that. And then into the half pass left. And this goes to G on the center line. Super and active.
And accurate as well. Very nice into
Extended.
second extended.
HXF.
Losing a bit of rhythm again there. But she got him back and back into that nice flowing extended trot. He's very expressive with his
Yeah, he's super.
his front legs.
Super angle for that shoulder in. And then into the circle.
Looked a little bit bigger than 8 meters. But that's just from the angle that we're looking
Yeah,
at.
we are not exactly sitting
It's
at
in the
C,
C.
so it's a bit difficult for us. We're sitting slightly to the right of C.
Straightening up. Very nice transition down into the walk.
Into our first half pirouette. And they're not just judging the pirouette, they're judging the walk in between.
Which needs to be a nice collected walk.
Nice collected walk, certainly at this level. The regularity and the activity kept throughout these pirouettes. A lot of us tend to ride a little backwards, and the horses get a little stuck behind.
Yeah.
Oh, he's seen a friend, he's seen a mate, he's decided to
Lose a little bit of
lose
focus
a bit of
there.
focus.
Then into her extended walk. The judges will be looking for relaxation, regularity, suppleness, but at the same time, activity.
And it comes quite early, this extended walk comes quite early on in the test. I think maybe early that the horses may not have settled yet in the arena. So it's a real show of relaxation and schooling, training, that you can show off relaxation.
That was a nice
Yeah,
upward transition.
super upward into the canter.
Nice and straight from
Yeah,
where
from where we're sitting.
She prepared very well. They're going deep into a corner.
And then and then the half pass from where we can see. Nice change through X.
Straight on the center line.
I really like this horse.
Me too.
Very, very nice.
He looks like a nice ride.
Yeah, and comfortable.
Yeah. I love a compact
Yes.
horse like this.
Into her first pirouette.
Little bit hurried.
There isn't much space there to come back out of your pirouette back onto your line, is there?
Yeah, it is. This is a very difficult movement, especially with the counter canter in
Coming
such
out.
a tight
Yeah.
corner,
Yeah.
and then doing the change right in front of the judge.
So you've basically got 3 strides out of your pirouette back onto your line,
Yeah.
and then your change in counter canter, and then your change at C.
So his changes are very expressive.
No, they're super.
Okay, the falls now. Since there are 5 changes, the judge will want to see the middle change, being the 3rd change, exactly on the center line.
So you've really got to plan,
Yeah, you need to get your spacing of your changes correct.
and that's something you're always very good at. Always accurate. Her changes are always on point.
Yeah, look there, that change was very nice on the center line.
Little pat. I think it's so nice when you see riders that are relaxed enough to actually pat their horses in a
and
test.
reward in the test, yeah. Okay, let's see this extended canter. Go. Now she needs to bring him back and stay on the line and change. Perfect.
Very nice.
She did that really well.
Yeah, she was nice and prepared. So by the time she was at F, she was already on the correct leg.
Yeah. Coming down the center line for her final halt.
Wow, super halt.
Very nice.
Very, very nice. What a nice combination to watch.
Yeah.
Really together.
And I mean, he had his moment where he tried to, he lost a little bit of focus, but she just got him back and he maintained
Yeah,
his...
he got it back very quickly.
Yeah.
Still having a little squiz at the judges. But no, I'm sure
And
she'd be
maybe
very
at us.
happy with that. Maybe at us, we are sitting like little mice. So hopefully he won't have been too disturbed.
Yeah.
But he didn't seem too worried.
No.
You know, this the show actually started on Thursday, so the horses are quite used to, well, by now, used to the goings on. And these are experienced horses that have competed a lot in order to
get
be
to this level.
to be up at this level. So it's not like we're watching the prelim and the novice tests that
With the young wild horses.
yes, and the young wild riders.
Yes.
So those levels can be a little exciting. I was watching a bit of it yesterday, and yeah, I was just quite happy I wasn't riding in those classes.
Yeah.
Okay, who have we got up next?
This is Mariki Fenta with a horse Quinta 116.
You'll notice at if it's in your visuals, probably not now, but we have our FEI candidate, Felicity Bird, standing down at the entrance. She will be checking each horse that comes out of this championship class. She'll be checking the bit. In this level, horses are permitted to wear double bridles, so she'll be checking the fit of the double bridle, the tension of the curb chain. She'll also be checking the horse's sides, as unfortunately their spurs can sometimes cause little scratches, so she'll be checking
Especially
for that.
with horses being clipped
Yes.
and maybe not growing their
Yeah,
coats
so
back.
this time of the year, it's difficult. You know, you don't know whether to clip too short, because summer is on the way. But I think we're going to have a winter spell.
Yeah, it's meant to be warm today. But
Yeah,
it's a
today
bit
was supposed to be
chilly.
warm, but we are sitting here with jackets on.
That's
Yeah.
a very nice halt.
And as she goes into her first medium trot across the diagonal. Also early in the class, you know, they do this quite a lot, is they ask for a medium or an extended, depending on the level, quite early on in the test. I think it's quite a nice way of just getting the horse moving in the test.
Yeah.
And into her shoulder in.
I've always found this test is the most flowing. It's a very nice
Yeah,
test.
it is a super test. And it also, it's the same on both sides. So
it's
when
very
you
symmetrical.
yeah,
That.
that's thank you, symmetrical. That's the word I was looking for. So if your brain is filled with grey matter like mine is, hopefully the symmetrical tests are a little easier to learn
remember.
and to remember. Yeah. Into her extended trot. And the judges will be looking for a trot, an extension from H to F. So you've got to come out the corner quite quickly before H and really move it across your diagonal line.
And at this level, you get a mark for the transition as well.
Yeah, and I think many of us forget about those marks for the transitions, and they can be quite costly at the end of the day. Into her 8-meter circle. So on the 8-meter circle,
That definitely looked like an 8-meter.
it did. They'll be looking for rhythm, no loss of rhythm, size.
And I think the horse's outline and frame as well, because naturally when a horse goes into a circle, they will dip their head down a little bit. So I think the judges want to see that the rider maintains that frame and outline in the circle.
Into her first half pirouette. And then, as I said earlier, they will be judging the walk in between the pirouettes as well.
So the difference between, if we're going to talk over overtrack with collected walk and extended walk, in the collected walk, the horse needs to step into their hoof print, whereas with the extended walk, they need to step over their first hoof print. So show some overtrack where there's no overtrack in their collected walk.
Yeah. Not always easy to get a nice, big, relaxed overtrack.
Especially when you have to
bring it
collect
back
and get ready for an upward transition now.
Into that canter.
And straight into the half pass. So that is another tricky
I think it's
tricky
very
line.
tricky, yeah.
Coming from your extended walk straight into the canter and into your half pass. And it's a rather steep half pass.
Horse just changing there. Miscommunication. They seem to have it back together.
Now she's getting ready for her pirouettes.
Again, we were talking about that tight, coming out the pirouette, tight 3 strides back onto the track, and then
to a flying
change, straight in front of the judges.
So far, all the riders in this class have got that right, the changes in front of the judge there.
Into her line of 4s.
Looked like there was maybe a couple of 3s in there.
Yeah.
But that could have just been a miscommunication. I must say, when you start riding sequence changes, the 4s are sometimes the most difficult thing to ride because you feel like you're waiting forever to do the change.
Ask for the next one.
It's actually maybe easier to ride the 3s. It's got a better rhythm to it. And the 4s not so much.
Yeah. So remember, your sequence changes will be every 4th step, every 3rd step, every 2nd step, and then into the tempies, which is every step.
Yeah.
Horse becoming just slightly low in her hand, meaning a little onto the forehand, but often we see at the end of tests like this, the horse is quite tired. And you really got to make an effort to try and keep them uphill, keep them sitting on their hocks. But
saying that, the final halt was
the final halt was good.
Very nice.
It was super. Okay, and we are looking at our fourth rider, who is Danette Reinecker Foucher on Callagher Bugatti, number 164. There's her bell. She'll be going past Mrs. Claire Bales, who is our judge at B.
Very nice collected canter coming into that halt. You can see she was really preparing.
Yeah, she
for
was
the halt.
preparing for it. Super into that shoulder in. It's a big bouncy trot.
Yeah, she's maintaining a very nice rhythm.
Yeah, yeah. Can't be that easy to sit.
No.
So if it's a Callagher, starting with a B, I would presume it's a Benicio.
I
Loves
think so.
them.
And there's not that many. I mean, they don't. There's only a few every
Yeah.
auction.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they get snapped up quite quickly.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, this horse has got a very nice
It's a nice way of
cadence
going.
to
Yeah,
his trot.
yeah. A lot of rhythm.
She's maintaining it there in that circle, which is not easy as well.
No, not at all. She starts to prepare for her half pirouette. That's a nice relaxed walk, isn't it?
You can see the relaxation to the back.
The back
He's-
swinging, tail moving.
He's extending his neck out.
Yeah. Probably a highlight for this horse would be that.
And you really saw a difference between the collected
Yeah.
walk and the extended walk.
Which again is so important. That was a super upward.
And he looks so nice and collected
Yeah.
as well.
That canter
Coming-
also looks lovely.
Mm.
Into her half pass. Looking for the change at X. Well ridden. Then back onto the long side. And into her second change at M.
Now she'll be preparing for her half pirouette. can see she really prepared for that.
Yeah.
Because the canter was nice and collected coming in,
Mm.
and she rode a little bit further down to give herself some more space.
A little bit
So
more
that
room.
was
Yeah.
very well done.
And the horse staying uphill throughout. A little bit of loss of rhythm,
Oh, and he just changed.
and then a
behind.
change.
That's a pity.
Yeah.
Just in that pirouette, he changed behind. Okay, now her fours. That was very well
Yeah,
placed, those
it was.
changes, because you saw as she came off the line here, she did her first change to make sure she has enough space to fit all her changes in. That's the thing with fours as well, is sometimes people run out of space.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Because they wait too long to do the
To
first
start
change.
them, yeah.
Very nice threes.
Yeah, well ridden.
I just find myself counting.
Yes,
in
me
my
too.
head.
Always, always counting in my head. I think the show jumpers do it as well
Yeah,
with their strides.
I'm sure. Perfect there as well. She
Yeah.
changed just before she hit F there.
Super.
Super hold.
Really, really good. And
Yeah.
maintaining that lovely uphill way of going throughout the
Mm.
test in the walk trot and in the canter.
She has to be happy with that.
Yeah, she can be very pleased with that.
It was a very nice picture
Yeah.
throughout the test.
Yeah. And a nice big moving horse. I think we'll be seeing a lot of him.
Flashy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, who have we got up next?
I know this horse quite well.
This is a horse Marissa knows very well.
This next up is Unanimous with Carl Burnsire. So this is Unanimous's first show in Prix St George.
That's amazing. He's come up so quickly.
He's just turned 8. And no offense to my Burberry, but Unanimous is quite sharp and clever.
Yeah,
He
no.
catches on, although, yeah, sharp in a not so good way sometimes, but he is
No,
very
in actually quite a
intelligent.
scary way. I remember him as a young horse when he first came into the country. But Carl's definitely seems to have the measure of him.
They're perfect
yeah,
together.
no, they are.
I couldn't think of a better rider for
No,
Unanimous.
no, me neither.
So Unanimous is, oh, there we go.
There we go. There's the sharpness.
Yeah.
But it won't
He's-
worry Carl.
No.
Whereas any of us would
Be,
Have
I
a-
would have been off by now.
yeah, and scratching.
Yeah.
But Carl just seems to sit deeper and wrap those long legs round her.
Yeah.
So
So, Unanimous is by Eugenius, which is by Utopia, Carl Hester's stallion. And Eugenius's dam is Vedifleur, which is actually full sisters to Vellegro.
Yeah, so
So-
some amazing, amazing breeding there.
And then
And
he's...
your mother brought him into the country.
Yes,
Is
she
that correct?
bought him, he was a couple of months old, and she bought him off of a video.
As one does.
Yes. So yeah, he stayed in Germany until he was about 2.5, 3. Had a short back in there. Then he had a little bit of a break and he came here. And then Carl rebacked him when he came into the country. So I rode him a little bit. And then I lost my nerve and
And
stopped
then handed
riding.
the reins
Over
over.
to Carl.
I think many of us would like to hand the reins over to Carl on our horses.
Oh, yeah.
That little mistake there won't affect any marks as he's not entered the arena yet.
He must just...
Let's just get in before the time runs out. Carl, one of our very hard-working riders and coaches, also show jumps at a top level. We've got several of our riders that manage to do both. So hats off to them. I think Carl, Domini, all managed to ride it at this very, very high level of dressage and show jumping.
But I must say, Carl is, I think he's the only rider in the country to have ever ridden in Grand Prix Dressage and Grand Prix show jumping.
Yeah, and winning in both
Yeah.
as well. He seems to have settled.
Don't speak too soon.
Okay, we are not going to say anything. But look at that cadence. Up off the ground. How many days a week does Carl come out to you guys to ride?
I think it's about 4 or 5.
Yeah. And he is, of course, coached by Natalie Hobday. Super circle, hey?
Yeah.
Right on that 8-meter line. And into the half pass. It's got to keep the horse's attention.
Yeah.
Again, super up off the ground. Really showing some movement. Up off the ground, not in a bad way.
Yeah.
Marissa's sitting next to me laughing, but not in a bad way, in a good way. And lovely uphill tendency to go.
That's a nice angle.
Super angle. And the rhythm staying the same. You know, a lot of riders lose the rhythm, as we were talking about earlier. But that rhythm is super. And then into that 8-meter volte and into the half pass.
Nice crossing
Super,
over as well.
super.
I
Good.
must say that's something this horse is from very young, even with the leg gills. He's always just felt it very, it's easy. For him
Easy to go sideways.
yeah.
Yeah. Into that first half pirouette. So we'll be looking at regularity and balance and rhythm. Into the second one. Yeah, well ridden.
Maintaining that collected walk.
And then turning the corner at M and into the extended walk across the diagonal.
Could show more over track. I can say that.
She can say it, yeah. Got that upward transition into the canter.
Which was not that great.
Again, she can say it. I can't. But a super collected canter on that short side, preparing into the half pass.
Straight on the centre line. Change.
And then into the right half pass. Yeah, that line was well ridden. And then you'll change at M. As Marissa was saying earlier, you want to change slightly before M so that you are on the correct leg by the time you get to M, as there really isn't much time in the corners.
Yeah. That was a nice tight canter pirouette there.
Super. Lovely collected canter beforehand. You could see the preparation going in for that flying change. Sitting very nicely behind, going into that right pirouette.
That was nice.
Yeah.
I must say myself.
Yes. Is that your mother down there at the bottom videoing?
Videoing.
Does she get very nervous when her horse gets
Yes.
Yeah, I think we all do. And the aim with this horse
centered.
is to take him all the way up to Grand Prix, I would imagine.
Yeah, we hope so.
You certainly got the canter for it.
Yeah, I must say this canter.
Is it comfortable?
It is comfortable, and it's just developed.
Yeah. No, it's developed a lot.
Yeah.
But he does have big shoes to fill with his stablemate.
Yes. I love this horse's flying changes. I was just holding my breath there while he was doing those threes. But it's really a highlight of this horse because he's just so expressive in his changes.
Yeah.
And we laugh because we have to remind Carl, okay, you only have to do 4s and 3s at this show because his party trick now is just to do one-time changes like you can't
I
believe.
think I saw some the other day. And they're competing in the freestyle tomorrow.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes. Oh, lovely halt at
Lovely
the
square
end.
halt. Yay.
Very chuffed with that.
Well done, team unanimous. I can see your mother breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah. And Carl's got a big smile on his face as well. Although I'm sure he's a bit exhausted after that.
I'm sure he's quite finished, but maintained his composure throughout,
Yeah.
as always.
Yeah. He kept, there we
Oh,
go.
There we go. At
Yeah.
least the marking is
The
finished.
test is over.
Yeah, we have got a second arena next to us where there are things going on. I can't hear it, but I did hear some hooves
Yes.
going a little bit crazy.
And it doesn't take much to
Set
set
this
one off.
off. We'll be waiting there with her trusty pair of rubber gloves just to check everything. So in this class, can you elect to ride in a snaffle and in a double or in a double?
Yes, I think as long as it's not an FEI.
FEI class.
Yeah, FEI class, I think you have to be in a double. But otherwise you can do it in a snaffle.
And I think that's coming in more and more over, with us keeping up to date with the overseas, is that some countries, I think Denmark has done away with double bridles completely. I do stand to be corrected, but I think we're going to see snaffles all the way up to Grand Prix. And it's great that
Well, you do see some.
Yes,
Even,
yeah.
and I mean, last year at SA Champs, I rode Burberry in the medium tour in a snaffle.
Yeah,
And I mean, it's a much kinder bit.
much
So I
kinder.
think for the welfare of the horse,
Yeah.
Why force a horse to be in a double when
No,
they're
if they
much
don't need
happier
it,
in a snaffle?
exactly. Some of them do need it, and some of
Yeah.
them are happier in it. But very often, if the schooling is good enough, then they are happy to go in the snaffle.
Mm.
Yeah. And up next we have Michelle Wynn on Conversano Allegra. This is a horse that she's brought up the levels herself. Nice to see a Lipizzana competing up at this level.
Mm.
And I think this horse is owned by Eugene and Gillian van Asch, who've been long-time supporters of the Lipizzanas. Of course, the Lippy team has moved to Cape Town, and they are based at Mystico, and are doing a lot of performances there. It was sad to lose them.
Yeah.
Michelle is one of our very hard-working riders, trainers, producers of mad young horses. Her and her husband Graham have got a large operation out in Springs, where they've been for many years, and a lot of top horses have started off their careers at Winstead Stables. And it's super to see Michelle really doing well in her dressage and enjoying it, having evented up to a very high level previously, and of course being married to Graham, who is a very multi-talented rider, show jumper, eventer, dressage rider. I don't think there's anything that he can't do. Just resting slightly in the halt. Turning right into that extended across the diagonal. Frame getting a little tight in places, so Michelle will be wanting to pick the frame up slightly, then into the shoulder in, into that 8-meter volte, and into the half pass. Lipizzanos always being, a different type of horse, and quite unlike our warm bloods. So judges have got to be sharp and on their game with all these different breeds that we now have at the top levels. Into that right shoulder in. Into the 8-meter volte, and then into her half pass right. Well maintained rhythm. That's better, a much better half pass than the first one. Good relaxed transition down into the walk. Collecting now into that left pirouette. Maintaining rhythm. Getting a little slightly stuck with the back feet. Into the right half pirouette. Yep, good, better. Looking nice and relaxed as she turns across the diagonal into her extended walk. The start of her canter, straight into the half pass left. Slight loss of balance.
And the quarters trailing a little bit there. But the second one definitely better.
Yeah, and she got her change at X. Into her pirouette.
I say very nice collected canter.
Yes, yeah. Really using his hind end.
And maintaining a nice rhythm throughout as well. Now her falls. Nice and straight
from where we are.
Yeah, we're sitting more
Slightly
on
right
the diagonal
here.
side here, so.
There's one little glitch in that line of changes.
It's almost like he was a miscommunication.
Yeah.
And he didn't kind of realize he needed to change then.
And again across the diagonal.
Nice extended canter.
Good bold extended canter.
I'm sure our gazebo here is helping a lot of horses.
I think it is. The wind has
Flapping
started
behind them as they go into the extent
exactly,
it can.
and the wind started to pick up. So I think there's going to be a lot more flapping a little
Yeah.
later on in the day. We'll see if we can anchor it down a
Yeah.
little bit. Good hold. Yeah, and I think she's fairly new to this level with this horse. So it's super to see them up there and giving it a go.
Yeah, it seemed like a steady, solid test.
Yeah. We will be keeping you updated with scores as soon as they come in.
We've got some scores.
We've got some scores.
I ran off to find some scores.
We don't want you doing too much running.
Okay, so for the first horse, Cornelius and Trudy, judge at C is 66.029, judge at B 65.00, finishing them on a score of 65.516. And that actually is the highest score so far. And we've got 4 scores. So then the second rider, Roxanne with Lorenzo, closely behind with the judge at C giving her a 66.324, judge at B 62.794, finishing on a total score of 64.559. Then for the third horse and rider combination, Quinta and Mariki, judge at C 56.912, judge at B 56.618, finishing on a total score of 56.765. And then a score for Callagher Bugatti and Danetta, 61.471 from judge at C, 61.912 from judge at B, finishing on a total score of 61.692. So I must say the judges are very, very close on their scoring. So that's lovely to see.
It is good to see. And it's good for us as South Africans to see that our top judges are in line with top judges in the world. Yeah.
I agree.
Our South African judge being Mrs. Claire Bales, who is sitting at B. And our next horse in is one of my favorites, Compton House Flyinga with Margarita Theodorou. Margarita coming into her first halt. This horse being bred by the Compton stud in the Cape. Really, really classy horses that come out of there. Super across the diagonal. I think if there was ever a horse I could take home, this would certainly be one of them.
Definitely.
Yeah. They just, horse and rider, it's always such a lovely picture. Always look so organized and together. And she has produced this horse right up from prelim up to this level, which is a huge achievement.
Yeah, she's owned this horse since it was 2.5 years old.
She is coached by Vay Snyman, who I'm sure has been helping her in the warm-up.
And her, with regards to her ambitions, she said she would love to reach Grand Prix with this horse. And it's actually something she never thought of when she bought the horse. So it just shows how their journey has...
progressed.
Yeah, progressed.
I'm sure it won't be long. You know, if they're already riding and doing so well at this level, It's not a huge step up to the Grand Prix classes. So you'll see she's elected to ride in a double. I think Michelle's been the only one so far that's ridden in a snaffle.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right.
Lovely relaxed downward transition. So what the judge will be looking for in that transition is the horse doesn't fall onto the forehand, because you're riding quite strongly in the trot. So you've got to maintain it uphill into that downward transition. Not pull it in. Sometimes the temptation is to pull a little bit on the rein.
Mm.
So you just want to close your legs, sit back and get the horse on your aid. That was a really, really good first pirouette. I like her numna.
Yes.
I think I need to get myself one.
And the brow band.
No, just classy. And this horse's groom is Levison, so I'm sure he is watching proudly. The groom's put so much in.
I actually think he's down there at a
Watching.
videoing.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. Grooms are such an integral part of the team, that you see here. And they love the horses as much as we do.
Yeah, they take it very
seriously.
Because you see how excited and proud they are when
Or
the horses
cross,
do well.
or cross
yeah.
with the rider when they don't do well. I got told off a little bit yesterday by my groom. There we go, into that flying change, half past right. And good into that flying change. This horse has got a really good canter. Setting up well for that pirouette. Super and uphill. Maintaining the uphill tendency in the counter-canter into that flying change at sea. I love this horse's ability to just sit.
You can see those hind legs really coming under her going into that pirouette.
And a very well-placed change. Across the diagonal into her fours.
And again, she did that first change nice
Quite
and
early on.
to make sure that she doesn't run out of space.
A very well ridden line.
Mm.
And again, this horse's ability to sit is just fantastic. Few little glitches there across that second line.
Yeah, I think
Of
a little bit of
changes.
miscommunication there in the beginning.
No, I think it's difficult. The horses will be already working on their higher changes, meaning the twos and the ones. So, it's sort of like the counter-canter that we have at the lower levels. When the horses have already started their changes, they suddenly think I really don't need to counter-canter because I'm so clever, I can do changes.
And you can't get upset with them because
No,
they like,
it's
no,
your
we
progress.
know what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly. And it is
Very
just
nice halts at the
super
end
halts. It's just your progress up the ladders of your training, and I always think it adds a little bit of excitement when there are a few changes that are uncalled for.
Yeah.
Any other scores?
We have a score for unanimous and Carl Burnzire. Judge at C 62.941. Judge at B 63.088. Finishing on a total score of 63.015.
So that means Trudy is still out in front with her mark of
And
65.56.
Yes, and then Roxanne with a 64.559.
Okay, next up we have got Rosalie with Janina Rexrod. This is, I think, an imported horse.
Yes. The sire is Romanov, and the dam is Dinero
Macho.
Macho.
Janina is also coached by Natalie Hobday. I think Natalie's got quite a few riders in this class.
Yes, definitely.
And it is Janina's second year in adults. She had a super successful junior career
With this horse.
with this horse.
She's had Rosalie for about 8 years now.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
And they will be looking to move up to the Inter 1. And she said they've been working a lot on the collected trot movements. Yeah, good expression across the diagonal. And I think she rides from the Glen Fox stables, am I right?
Yes. Yeah, you're correct. Janina says here her favorite treat is just carrots.
Just keep it simple.
Plain old carrots. And this is not this is more rare for a dressage horse, but
Yeah.
apparently she's fantastic for hacking,
Oh,
and she's basically like an eventing horse.
wow. Well, they're lucky.
Yeah, because normally
Most of our dressage horses
Are quite-
tremble at the very thought of leaving the property.
quite dramatic.
Very, very dramatic. A super harmonious test so far. So good to see our young riders coming up and riding at this level.
And showing the adults how it's done.
Exactly. Because they have got fitness and flexibility on their sides.
That was very well executed, that half pass.
Yeah, and then sitting nicely in preparation for the canter pirouette.
She really sat nicely there in that half pirouette.
I see her mum standing down at A videoing. Her mum also rides. Good.
Very nice.
Yeah, that was super.
And back onto her line there.
She's always accurate. Every
Mm.
time I watch her tests, strikes me as a very accurate rider. I don't think you have any choice if you've got Natalie Hobday as a coach.
Yeah. Very well centered as well, those
Yeah,
changes.
super changes. looking at Grand Prix with this horse, I'm sure.
A very clean test so far, so let's see. Not long to go before she finishes.
I think everybody breathes a bit of a sigh of relief after that second round of changes is done.
Because then you know you've just got
Yeah.
an extended
And you can
canter.
see she's got a big smile on her face.
Yeah.
It was a big pat.
Those threes were well executed as well. Now she can really
Go for it.
Yeah, that was a very bold extension there. And her change perfectly in place before F.
And they're now sitting on the short side to turn to the centre line.
Coming into a final halt. Perfect. Look at her smile.
Yeah,
She's
no,
super chuffed.
very happy. I can hear her fan club
Yeah,
behind us
yeah.
as well. Super pleased with that. Lovely.
We have a score for Michelle Wynn. Judge at C 62.647. Judge at B 59.853. Finishing on a total score of 61.250.
The worst is when you're trying to drive to a show and you've got the cyclists and they don't believe in one life. Go along like this. And they're jogging and they go just think, and I go, dudes, no, not the
It's quite directional, so it does cut out a lot of the back.
Okay.
But if somebody is shouting, then we'll walk away. But
For us, though, it's just...
you're so gentle and nice on the microphone. It's wonderful.
That is sound nice.
No, it sounds wonderful. My feet's fine now. I'm struggling a bit with that feet there. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I think that the internet. I don't know what's going on with the internet.
That was down yesterday.
Yeah, so it's up and down. So it's going up and
Oh, live
So-
stream this arena.
yeah.
And obviously the work that she's in is very demanding.
Extremely demanding, with sort of surgeries, she can never really know what
How difficult hours.
her hours are going to be like. Showing a lovely walk there. That's the relaxation we were talking about earlier. Getting ready for that canter transition.
Nice and straight on the long side there. You can definitely see from this angle. 'Cause
Yeah.
some of the horses, when they do their upward transition into the canter, their quarters come in,
Yeah,
or
they
they wiggle around.
Creep in a little bit sometimes to the inside, and of course the judge at sea can usually see that, and you might get away with it in the lower levels, but you certainly won't get away with it in the higher levels. So you're looking for absolute straightness down the long side.
Nice collected canter there.
Super
He's really
collected canter.
sitting going into that half pirouette.
And I can see by those ears he wants
I
to.
was gonna
He
say.
wants to look, but he's like, no, Mum, I'm with you. I'm concentrating. I'm doing my best. That change was a little bit high behind. You can see the horse jump a little bit at the back, but it was at sea. We'll see what his changes are like now across the diagonal lines.
I think he was a little bit distracted there as well going into that change.
That one was better. He sat
Yeah.
sat nicely there. And I think for this type of horse, they can tend to get a little tight in the neck, a little bit like the Frisians. So the riders have got an extra sort of job on their hand to keep the horse in an uphill tendency.
Got a bit excited there as
Yeah.
the changes went.
As the changes went, the excitement built up. See what
Gaining
the
a little bit
second
too much
line,
momentum.
yeah. No,
Oh,
he
that's a pity. Some
he
mistakes
thinks this
there.
is very exciting.
Yeah.
And for a rider to keep their composure like Karen just has, it really shows professionalism.
Yeah, you just have to focus on that next movement
Yeah.
and forget about.
And not worry about it.
Yeah.
Now she's riding very boldly over her line, so hopefully that'll make up for the marks that she may have lost in her changes.
Coming down her final centre line. Lovely halt.
Yeah, super halt. And he kept it together.
Yeah.
Good boy.
Calm down after those changes, and
And he knows he's done a good job.
yeah, you can see it in his face. He's looking for someone.
Yeah, I don't know who he's looking for, his groom. But
Look at those ears.
no, he knows
He's so
he's
cute.
done a super job.
Yeah.
Our next rider in is Nicole Smith and Brannick Sandra Efriek, who is owned by Erica Duplessis. Erica, one of our top judges in South Africa, and Nicole's been riding this horse for a number of years, and I think they also trained with Natalie Hobday. Am I correct?
I'm not sure.
I stand to be corrected, but I do think they have lessons with Natalie, or are trained by Natalie. Nicole herself, a very experienced Grand Prix rider that has represented South Africa overseas
For a number of years.
for a number of years on numerous occasions. And her parents, Neil and Di Smith, being very involved in the dressage world. Her mother, Di, is actually chairman of the South African Dressage Association. And Nicole rides and coaches full time as well.
Yeah, she's a professional rider.
Yeah, so one of our top riders. Always a pleasure to watch.
Very nice halt.
She's actually Nicole's riding later on in the FEI Grand Prix Championships on her own horse, Chilaroo. Lovely shoulder in into that 8-meter volte.
I must say this horse is very elegant.
He is elegant. Some really lovely horses coming out of the Brannock stud. Nice across the diagonal. A lovely half pass.
Yeah, I was going to say it's got good bend
And
moving
very
across.
very happy to leave the wall.
Mm.
Yeah. Could see her preparing, getting the horse a little bit up before the half pirouette. Remember, the judges are looking at the walk in between both half pirouettes and the placement of the pirouettes as well. So you don't want to run out of space and get too close to the boards. I think we were talking about that earlier with the canter pirouettes, that you need to think about your placement.
Yeah, it really helps. Not that the movement is easy, but it'll just preparation can make it.
And also, if you're riding an accurate test, your marks, your cumulative marks at the end of the test will obviously go up for rider accuracy and harmony. That's a big one, and that seems to be coming in more and more and more.
That was a very nice upward transition.
Is harmony between horse and rider, presentation of the rider, horse-rider combination, rider's position, seat, and discreet and effective influence of the aids. Not always easy to be that discreet when you are being run away with down the long side. Sometimes we need to, sit up a little bit taller and have a little bit of a pull.
Yeah.
But our aim is to be as discreet as possible.
Really collecting into that pirouette.
Yeah. Super sitting. Yeah. So I would say, if I'm going to be very, very critical, I would say the second half of the pirouette was better than the first half. So the last 3 steps were really, really good and sitting and showing a
as it went.
Pirouette that's really on the right track for going into the Grand Prix.
But you can see with Nicole's experience here how she just helps the horse,
Yeah.
prepares the horse into those pirouettes. Very well placed changes as well, and expressive changes.
And the horse staying straight.
Yeah, very straight from here.
Yeah, from where we're sitting, there was no way, sort of moving around and throwing quarters from side to side. Obviously, some of the greener horses will move a little bit more,
Yeah.
but you want ultimately,
Very
you're looking
nice
for your
changes.
changes to be underneath you and straight.
So 2 clean lines of changes.
Horse looks lovely and soft in the mouth as well.
Yeah, and maintaining a nice frame.
Yeah, a good frame and
an
being ridden
outline.
really, not off that bottom rein at all. You'll see a nice loop in the bottom rein, which is what we're always looking for when the riders are in double bridles. So not too much on the curb, which is your bigger bit, which is always your lower rein, and then lovely
Very
into the
nice
halt. Yeah,
I'm sure she'll be chuffed with that.
and a lot of us don't pay enough attention to the halts, but a good halt that is square and immobile, with the horse staying in the frame, can really bring marks up, and it's a fairly simple movement, which I had to remind myself about yesterday, that halts must be square. We had a slight miscommunication, and I ended up with a very strange halt.
But I must say, in this class so far, we've seen
No, it's seen good
very
ones.
good halts.
Yeah, yeah. Our next rider in is Lauren Kuhn, riding her Sierra Nevada, also another combination that have started in the prelim and have worked their way up all through the grades. Lauren trains out of her own yard, 5th Avenue Equestrian, which is based in Benoni, and she is trained by Helen LaRosse. Lauren manages to compete at a high level. She's got pupils in all the grades. She's got pupils across the disciplines as well. Again, one of our very hard-working equestrian people. Big yard. I think she's got about 70 horses. So, she works very hard and manages to be a wife and mother of 2 boys, who she says thankfully don't ride, but they do motorsport. So, and she said that's a little bit alarming, watching your children compete in that. She said maybe the riding would have been a little bit better. And good there into the half pass. And then moving up into her bigger trot. To that shoulder in.
Very active test so far.
Yeah, this mare is always super active forward, uphill. Keeping a very good rhythm. Then across into her right half pass.
Nice bend there in the half pass as well.
And good downward. You will notice that none of our riders have got callers. That is because it's a championship. We are not allowed callers. So,
But I also think from the tours, I think in general you're
Yeah,
not really
don't
allowed a
have
caller. I can't
callers.
remember when.
is that
At what level
pregnancy
it started.
pregnancy brain letting you down again?
Yeah.
It's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
Very nice and straight. Lauren's also got some lovely young horses that she's bringing up. She's been doing very well at the show so far. The show started on Thursday, and I think she's been up in the prizes with her young horses.
Again, this is another rider and horse that have shown a nice difference between the collected walk and the extended
Yeah,
walk. Especially in the frame of this horse, you could see she was more together in the collected and really extended her neck and stretched in the
and
extended walk.
relaxed. Yeah.
Very good into that half pass as
Mm.
well. Just seems like it was so easy to get across
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. And I think the canter almost being a little stronger than the trot for this horse, finding it a little bit easier. But you can see she's just really sitting and listening, in tune with her rider. Big smile on Lauren's face that she got that pirouette.
I think this was another example of where it started off a little bit wobbly
Yeah.
and then developed
Yeah.
into a very nice
Yeah.
pirouette.
And you know, I think they're fairly new to this level, so this is quite a big ask. And they're certainly shaking a fist at it today.
Mm.
And then a super
was a nice
accurate
change.
change, yeah. Across the line. I know Marissa is sitting counting next to me. And again, we were talking about that straightness from behind
Very
in the
nice.
changes.
Mm.
It was maintaining the
Straight
straightness.
and well placed.
Yeah,
again.
very well placed. Now into her line of threes. Can see her coach standing at A, watching on nervously. Very nerve-wracking when a pupil rides. Super.
Those were one.
Lauren's going to be happy with that.
I must say the threes are, after riding the fours,
Are
you
easier.
have to force yourself to wait to start with the threes because you want to come off that line and just start, but you're going to...
Sure. Very bold across
Very
the diagonal. That'll pick up her marks nicely. And then back, collecting and a change.
Perfect, just before reaching F there. Very
Super
nice hold.
lovely big smile on Lauren's
Nice clean
face.
test.
Yeah, super clean test. She'll be very happy with that. I'm sure her family at Fifth Avenue are equally as happy. And Helen is breathing a sigh of relief. So Lauren will now go down to Felicity Bird and have her bridle checked and spurs checked everything like that. Our next rider in, number 156, is M. Baccardo and Claudia Burnt. I think Marissa is going to update us with some more scores.
Okay, so we have a score for Karen. Judge at C 60.882. Judge at B 60.882. Wow, the same mark.
Jeez, okay.
On a total score of 60.882.
2. So again, just emphasizing how good it is that our South African judges are in line with the international judges. And we are lucky enough to be hosting, Kalami Equestrian Park will be hosting our South African Championships next month. And we're actually bringing out 3 international judges. So it's a real treat for us to be riding for 3 international judges across the classes. Okay, her bell has gone and she will be starting her test. Nice active entry.
Oh, a little
And a little change, just to check the judges are looking up. And good into the trot. Across the diagonal. Nice to see this also open in the frame. And then into that shoulder in. So the judges will be looking for the angle off the long side, the regularity, quality of the trot. So again, we spoke earlier a little bit about the trot rhythm not changing. And often when you start your lateral work, the trot rhythm can come a little slower, especially in the lower classes. So they really got to work hard to keep your rhythm exactly the same in your lateral work, which is your sideways work, as compared to your normal straight work.
And that's normally a strength thing. Where
It's a strength thing, and it's a confidence thing with the riders as well. I think, in the lower grades, we tend to hang on a little bit and worry, because we're going into the sitting trot from novice up to elementary. The riders might not be as strong in the sitting trot, and the horses might not be as strong in the collected lateral work as they should be. But it comes.
Yeah, and in the end, you'll realize that the sitting trot actually really helps to push the horse forward
And
more
correctly,
under
yeah.
collected, instead of slowing you both down.
Yeah.
You know?
Slight loss of frame and balance there coming into the half pass. Again, in these half pirouettes, we're looking for regularity, activity, collection, size, flexion, bend of the half pirouette, and the forward tendency. That means that the horse does not become stuck and start to almost pivot on its back legs. We want to keep the hind legs stepping and maintaining a 4-beat walk. So you can see this horse just tending to come a little bit stuck.
Even
So-
though you slow the horse down to go into the pirouette, and obviously during the pirouette, you want the hind legs to almost become more active.
Yeah. And to actually be stepping up. But I'm sure this horse will show a good, relaxed, open walk across the diagonal line. So the judges will be looking for like march and they say purpose in the extended walk with suppleness over the back. That is a big thing.
As well as overtrack.
And freedom of the shoulder.
Mm.
Then that transition up into canter. You know, it's hard because you've ridden that line with a longer rein, obviously to encourage the horse to open up and overtrack a little more, and then you start to take up the contact. And a lot of the greener, more inexperienced horses will get a little bit tense and tight
They might jog
and want to jog, and it's very important to try and maintain that walk. That now that you've picked up the contact, and then going forward into the canter.
Going into a second pirouette. I'd say that was better than the first
Yeah,
one.
I think so. He showed more sitting.
Yes. Now she's going into her fours. Started slightly late there.
Yeah, and I think missed the
I think
third
she-
one,
Yeah.
from what we could see from here. Then turning across the diagonal to start the threes. And do you feel that you've got to work quite hard in that corner before the threes to pick the frame up a little bit?
Definitely, you really have to use your corners going into, I'd say, both the lines of changes, just to get the horse really collected and sitting. And with the changes, you don't want them too collected.
No.
They still need to
Still be
travel, because
travel and
some
show
horses
expression.
automatically back off a
Yeah.
little bit in the changes. Some get very excited, so you kind of have to judge how your horse is feeling. Yeah, I've had moments where my horse, I've come around to do a line of ones and he's just exploded.
I have seen some very expressive moments.
Very nice halts. to
Yeah,
finish off the
super
test.
halt.
I must say from where we're sitting, we've seen very good halts today.
Good halts and very accurate riding.
Yeah.
I think our first rider made a mistake, but I haven't seen any more mistakes. We will be updating you with scores as soon as they come through. I'm sure you're all waiting for those.
We just waiting for some updated scores. They haven't come through yet. But our next rider is Rebecca Tate de Silva on Bodenhausen Zurich.
This was previously competed by Andrea Harrison Buckman, and then I think recently competed by Morgan Irish at the South African Youth Championships. And then here today with Rebecca Tate. Horse is owned by Anna Nolte, long-time owner. And I don't think he's a spring chicken, but he is super to see him up still in these high grades.
I think he's still got a lot of energy.
No, a huge amount of energy. In his younger days, I know Andrea, he used to make Andrea's job quite hard. Very expressive shoulder in.
Yeah, it's lovely to see a horse with so much energy.
Yes, that's the lovely thing, is the energy. I can
And
actually
cadence
see,
as
yeah,
well.
I can see Andrea and Rebecca's mother standing at the end of the arena videoing. This horse just looks like it's fun to ride. He just looks like a real dance partner.
But I think Rebecca's doing a very good job of keeping the energy contained.
Yeah, under control.
And in the right direction.
Yeah.
Positive
Yeah,
energy.
yeah. You know, now I just know from watching this horse in the past, he can to get, as he gets more excited, he tends to get a little tight in his neck, and I haven't seen any of that
No.
so far.
It's almost energetic but relaxed in a way.
Yeah.
If that's I don't know if that's the right way to explain it.
Yeah, lovely into that half pass.
Nice crossing and a lot of cadence as well.
Yeah.
A lot of horses, when they cross over, they almost become flatter with the, like,
With the trot.
yeah,
Yeah,
they
so
don't
they don't-
track up as well.
Yeah,
but
they don't keep the momentum
exactly
in the trot.
But he had so much cadence and crossing over.
Well, this horse has just got natural cadence.
And he's looking fairly relaxed in his collected walk as well.
Yeah. Look, I think the tail...
You don't want to be too relaxed.
No, the tail, you know, swinging means that he knows he's in the ring, but he's not going to let it bother him too much.
Very nice extended walk.
Yeah, lovely extended walk, and not an easy movement
Nice
for a
over
horse like
track as
this.
well.
Yeah, super over track.
The wind is picking up, I must say.
It is.
Our little gazebo is rattling in the wind.
Super uphill transition. Really, really good. Into that left half pass. He
Very
so knew.
nice.
He knew that
Yeah.
flying change was
Yeah.
at X. he was waiting for it. And then coming round the second
A
change.
little bit excited there.
Yeah. Not easy to ride, hey?
No.
Got to keep a lid on this excitement.
No, you can see Rebecca's working to keep it contained. Very nice.
Super. Wow. I think that's the best we've seen today.
Yeah.
Really.
I mean, he was really sitting there.
A lovely schoolmaster to be sitting on.
Nice change.
I think Andrea
Very
rode this in
expressive.
Grand Prix, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she did.
Very nice sitting there as well. Sure.
A shout out to his owner, Anna, who I'm sure is watching. I think she's recently relocated to the Cape.
Very nice expressive change.
He knew coming across that diagonal that his changes were coming. little high behind in the last one.
change.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Naturally, we get to the last change and you just relax a little bit.
Yeah, and that's when it catches you.
Yeah. I think he's getting a little bit strong and a little bit excited there. So a couple of mistakes there in the threes.
He's just putting his own sort of interpretation on the test.
You can see now Rebecca's really collecting him there in the corner,
Yeah.
saying, just wait.
Wait for me. It is coming. He probably knows it's coming. And then back and the change.
Perfect.
And then trying to really sit him back down onto the hind
Sure,
leg.
he looks very excited.
He's
coming
very
down those
excited,
finals
very
and,
strong. He knows he's done a good job. Yeah,
Nice
lovely.
hold. Sure. Very nice hold.
She can breathe a sigh of relief to have got through that. But always keeping her composure. I've never seen her rattled by any of the horses that
No.
she's been riding.
And she's always got fiery horses.
Always
so
got fiery horses, so she seems
she
to
kept
like the
the
hot
lid on
ones.
today.
Yeah, no, definitely. She looks very chuffed with that.
I'm going to go to the yard, ride Answer and come back. What are you going to do? Where's Goldie? Is she here or is she at home? Sure? Where's your dad?
Okay, so our next rider is Mariki Capers with Goalmark Raffles. Her bellow's gone, so it looks like she was just getting her composure there and getting ready to enter the arena. Nice halt. I think the wind is getting under his tail a little bit today, so she's just keeping him together there in the extended trot. Nice angle into her first shoulder in. A clear 8-meter circle there. Into a half pass. Nice bend in that half pass as well. I think he's already starting to settle, so she's able to push him a little bit more in the second extended trot. Good angle into her second shoulder in. And again an accurate 8-meter circle. Showing good bend in her half passes today. He definitely seems to have settled after he got a little bit excited before he came into his test. Nice sitting in that half walk pirouette, keeping the activity behind. Showing a good collected walk. Let's see how his extended walk goes. It's always tricky if you feel like a horse is a little bit tense on the day. You don't want to give too much of the rein in the extended walk, but it definitely seems like he is comfortable and settled into this test well. Preparing him well on the short side there, going into her first half pass in the canter, nice and steep. She's making sure she has enough time on the center line to straighten him and for her flying change. Very well ridden there. Her first half pirouette in the canter, keeping that counter canter on that tight corner. Nice flying change there in front of the judge. I think that second pirouette, half pirouette, was better than the first, so she should get a high mark there. Very nice clean line of fours and well centered as well. She's waiting a little bit now before she starts her threes. Perfectly centered as well. Very nice. Now she must go for a nice bold extended canter. Very nice. And brought him back nicely there and made sure her change was just before F. So a very accurate test today. Coming into her final halt. Very nice. I'm sure she's chuffed with that. Nice, clean, solid test. Okay, so we have some scores. Score for Nicole Smith, judge at C, 71.176. Judge at B, 68.824, finishing on a total score of 70.00. A score for Lauren, judge at C 66.618, judge at B 62.647, finishing on a score of 64.633. A score for Claudia, judge at C 54.853, judge at B 58.088, finishing on a final score of 56.471. And then we have a score for Rebecca Tate as well, 63.088 from judge at C, 62.353 from judge at B, finishing on a total score of 62.721. So we have 3 more riders to go in this class. We are running a little bit ahead of time. The next rider in is at 10:50, and that's Eleanor with Adelproch Mario. So it's now only 10:44, so let's see, maybe she'll come in a little bit earlier, but she can ride at her time if she prefers. Okay, here comes Elena with Olproch Mario. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce his full name. Beautiful entry. You can see he had a lot of energy in a very nice collected canter, and it was so smooth into that hold. Nice collected trot with a lot of cadence. Lovely extended trot, and showing a good transition between his extended trot and his collected trot. From here, that looks like a very good position in his shoulder in. Going into his 8-meter circle, which is clearly an 8-meter circle. Keeping a nice steady frame as well in that circle going into his first half pass. And another horse in a snaffle, which is really lovely to see. Another very nice extended trot. Showing a lot of regularity in those extensions. Perfect angle from where I'm sitting. And that shoulder in. Clear 8-meter circle. Very accurate riding here. And into a second half pass. Keeping lovely cadence there as well. And that walk transition was very accurate as well. I must say some of the riders have maybe walked a little bit too late, too close to the turning line, but that was very accurate. And this horse's frame and outline is extremely steady. It hasn't changed through that whole trot tour. Maintaining a nice collected walk with good rhythm. Into extended walk. Could show a little bit more over track there, but he definitely seems relaxed, and it's a nice regular extended walk. Very nice smooth upward as well. Again, such a nice steady frame and outline. Elena making sure that she has enough time there to get onto the center line, get straight, and do a flying change. a little bit of a miscommunication there at the second flying change, which is such a pity. Going into a first half cat pirouette. Very nicely done. Perfect change, accurate at sea, expressive and through. Going into a second pirouette. Very nice and smooth. He's really sitting behind. Nice flying change. Very nice full-time changes. Ellen is really keeping him nice and collected and controlled in these changes. Oh, just a little leg behind there in that last change, which is such a pity because he was doing them so well. I'm sure she's going to go for a nice bold extended canter here. Yes. You can see he came around that corner and he knew it was coming. Getting him back nicely, preparing for her final center line and halt. Once again, a really nice transition into a halt. Very, very nice test. We have a score for Mariki. Judge at C 60.441. Judge at B 65.735. Finishing on a total score of 63.088. Alright, so it's our second last rider in this class, Georgie Roberts, on Caleb's Darko. Nice bold entry. A lovely extended trot there. And once again showing a real difference between her extension and her collected trot. Nice flowing shoulder in. Into an 8-meter circle. Once again, another professional rider who's showing real accuracy in each movement that she's executing. Using her corner to really prepare him for that next extended trot. Showing good rhythm and regularity in those extensions. Back into her collected trot. Perfect angle from where I'm sitting. I can only see 3 legs. Maintaining that energy and her outline and frame in all of that, those trot movements. You can see how the horse's frame and its way of going did not change in both the shoulder in 8-meter circle and the half pass. Maintaining nice activity in that first walk pirouette. And in the second pirouette. Hoping for a nice, relaxed, extended walk now. The freedom of the shoulder, stretching to the bit, and good over track. She's making sure he's nice and straight before going into this upward transition. Very well executed. Now she has a very short time in that short side to get him ready for this half pass. Making sure that it was nice and steep, giving her enough time to straighten up, change, and going into a second half pass. And a lovely second change as well. This horse's changes are expressive and very through. Good half pirouette there. Maintaining a nice collected canter around the corner. To me it looked like he was a little bit late behind in that change, which is a pity because it's right there in front of the judge. Nice sitting in that canter pirouette. That looked like it was better than the first one. Let's see about this change. Oh, good. This change was better than the first one as well. Very nice straight changes, active, centered well. I'm sure she'll get a high mark for those changes. Going to her threes, waiting a little bit, good. Oh, such a pity that last one. And I was going to say you could see he was getting a little bit excited, but she was containing him in those changes. Now for her extended canter. lovely and expressive. Coming down her final center line. Lovely halt. You could see she really prepared him by collecting him so well into that halt. Well done.
Oh, this horse.
Okay, so we have a score for Eleanor. Judge at C, 62.941. Judge at B, 65.588. Finishing on a total score of 64.265. And here is our final rider in this class, Catherine Burning, and Kuda Insurance's Bravado. Very good start to a test. A beautiful, expressive, extended trot. Although Bravado is not the hugest horse, he has a lovely movement. Very nice crossing there with his front legs and that shoulder in. Into an accurate 8-meter circle. Showing nice bend there into a first half pass. Another lovely extended trot. And into a second shoulder in. Very nice, active, accurate test. You can see this horse is relaxed but maintaining activity through all his movements. Lovely collected walk into his first walk pirouette. Little bit stuck there in that first one. Let's see how the second one goes. Definitely better the second one, so she should receive a higher mark there. Lovely extended walk, showing very, very good over track there. He's stretching down nicely into the bit with a relaxed back. One of the best, I think the best extended walks we've seen today. Oh, a little bit delayed in there in the upward transition. A little miscommunication. Short, lovely half pass. It's got a lovely canter, this horse. A little bit excited there in that second change. Catherine preparing him very well there, going into that first pirouette. Sitting nicely. Nice change. You can see Catherine is having to, it's very windy, so she's having to work quite hard to keep his attention. She's doing a really good job. Definitely that was a better pirouette. He was sitting more and he just seemed more relaxed in the actual movement. Another nice flying change, very expressive behind. A nice line of 4-time changes. Catherine's doing a really good job of keeping him. You can see she's patting him a little bit on the neck, saying just stay with me. Very well done. It's not hard, it's quite hard to ride. It's not easy, let me say, to ride a stallion, and especially in these windy conditions. But Catherine's doing a really good job. Very well placed flying change there after extended canter, coming down her final centre line. A lovely halt. I'm sure she can be chuffed with him. You can see he's very chuffed with himself. Good boy. I will keep you all updated as we wait for the final score for this class. So while we wait for the final score, as it stands, Yanina with Rosalie are lying in first position with a 70.736%. And the only other horse and rider combination in the 70s lying in second place is Nicole Smith and Brannick Sandra Afrique.
nie.
Ja, nou sit ons is nou uit die ywerie, ons is nou in die voorlok.
Okay.
right, so we have the final results for the Pre-St. George class. In first place is Yanina with Rosalie. In second place is Nicole Smith with Brannick Sandra Afrique. In third place is Catherine Burning with Kuda Insurance's Bravado. She ended on, I know previously I'd announced the first and second place, but Catherine's score was a 67.941% from Judge at C, a 70.588% from Judge at B, finishing on a very nice score of 69.265%. And then in fourth place is Georgie Roberts with Caleb's Darko. And she got a 69.265% from Judge at C and a 68.088% from Judge at B, finishing on a total score of 68.677%. And then in fifth place is Margarita and Compton House Flyinga, finishing on a total score of 68.309%.
You guys used to have a hobby horse arena here. Do you know if they take it down and then set it up with the new things, you know? I don't know who I can call. How are you? Good and you? Well. Oh, is it? Do you know where the indoor arena is? Yeah, my daughter came with a friend the last time and they had the Western shop and all those places. I think it was a show jumping competition. No, it was just was a big competition. So like Dressage champs, yes. Thank you. So you say that's in September? Yes. Is the next one the Dressage SA Champs? So when I look on the site, I must look for the SA Champs competitions, and then I'll know that all these places. All the bigger shows. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes. In 10 minutes. Yeah, 11:50.
Sorry to grab a test.
Where did you get the results from? If you give us the results, we can type them up and then there's something to talk.
They WhatsApp them.
Can you WhatsApp? Can what you WhatsApp to? Who WhatsApp to?
But they've got them on the board.
No, but I need to grab it.
Do you wanna?
They just take a picture because they have this digital.
No, so she, as she writes the picture, she sends me the picture. As they come out.
Show me how.
So she, I don't know who, I think she's okay. Yeah, as I announced. Yeah, it's just upstairs at the top. So
See the one at the front.
I think as you come in.
Oh, is that for me? What? A second chair? I don't know why it's. When do you register? Today or tomorrow? Especially on the diet from
I think I
tomorrow.
want this second chair and to put it up.
So you're higher. Yeah, I know this is
This box is just.
ever. No.
I nearly forgot my wrap yesterday.
That's Satan's sad state of affairs. never going to give it back. No, exactly. Yeah. They did a bit of an architectural tour and whatnot. And she brought me a little tour and whatnot. It's difficult to actually bring stuff anyway. I put too many in my life. Yes, I was angry. No, I have to do fix it. I think there is a guilty party. The one that's eager to fix it. Yes. Damn it. No, it's still happy. Just fine.
Water, please. 2. 1 sparkling, 1 still.
Check, it's just up the road. The kitchen spot. Eleanor moved over. Who's in that?
Claire.
Oh, it's Claire. Oh, it's Claire here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Very excited. Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
We will be starting in a few minutes with our first rider in the intermediate 1, Alex Butcher, who has away from White River with the horse today. She's riding Django, and she also trains with Natalie Hobday. So this step is a little bit of a test up from what we last had from the Prix St. George. So the judges will be looking for a little bit more election, a little bit more sitting, and of course the movements become a little bit more difficult and quicker to ride. So she goes off across the diagonal in HXF extended trot into F collected trot. And then we've got FA collected trot, A down center line, DX shoulder in right. So as you can see, immediately the test starts with some quite hard questions. And she will go into her volte of 8 meters to the right, and then an XM half pass to the right. And then we've got C, halt, immobility, rein back 5 steps, and immediately into collected trot. So again, quite a difficult movement, and having to be precise with those asking of 5 steps in the rein back. Into collected trot, and then HX, half pass left. And then a mirror image of the right rein. We have on the left rein that X volte 8 meters, so 2 meters off, a 10 meter, and then XD shoulder in, D back onto the center line, and A track right. So we're in shoulder in left, she's going to have to straighten. There you see her starting to straighten, and the right bend. And then across the diagonal, KR medium trot, R collected walk. So straight from the medium trot into the collected walk. Nicely done.
And that shoulder in on the center line is a very difficult movement.
Yeah,
because
horrible.
You can
It can
see-
go so wrong.
Yeah, you have to be super straight on your line, but show the correct position. It's
Position of the shoulder off the track and the hind leg staying on the track.
yeah, and the judge at sea can see all of that. Nice active extended walk.
And then straight away P, proceed collected canter, PFA collected canter, A down center line. Okay, now this is a difficult movement, number 14, isn't it? You want to talk us through it?
The zigzag.
You having written it more than me.
So, I mean, I think the hardest part is making sure that the horse, first of all, you get straight before you do your change, and you actually need to get straight and bend in your new direction that you'll be traveling, and then do the flying change. But some horses anticipate that, and they will change before you even straighten them up or even bend them in the correct direction.
Or start to lean a little bit in the half pass.
Yeah.
So then you can't get them back onto their outside shoulder to ask for the change.
And it's steep half passes.
Yeah.
But Alex did that very well.
No, she did do it well. So it's a line of 3s, and is it a line, after that a line of 2s?
Yes, but I don't think the 2s are straight after. Now we do the pirouette,
Pirouette.
on the short diagonal. But I must say those 3s were very well.
Yeah, they were so well written.
Centered.
Yeah. And super
Very
pirouette
nice
on the
canter
center
pirouette.
line. And then out. And the change.
Very nice collected canter with a lot of energy,
Yeah.
which you need going into those pirouettes.
Yeah, you can't have your leg off.
No. Should go into her 2s now. And get 7 2s. Yeah. Very well
Super,
done.
so well
Straight,
written.
expressive
Yeah.
changes.
And again, we talked in the previous class about the changes being centered. It was very nicely centered
Very
over
well
the
centered.
diagonal line.
And now this downward transition at sea
Mm.
is much harder than people think.
Yeah,
they
they
say,
have
oh,
looks.
it's just a downward transition. No.
Because am I right that the horses may tend to be a bit on the forehand?
And often quite excited
Yeah,
after
like
doing a
running
line of 2s.
After the 2s. Big smile on her face.
Wow, that was
Super.
a lovely taste.
That's a lovely, lovely test.
Clean.
Yeah. She could be so pleased with that.
And a real solid taste.
So worth the long
Secure,
road trip.
but with lots of energy.
Yes. Yeah. Because this horse looks a bit hot.
Yeah, he just, I'm not sure. But he
Alex seems
he
to like
looks
the
like
hot
he's
ones.
full of energy. Yeah,
Yeah.
Alex a very
She
brave rider.
Yeah.
She's got some fiery horses. Well, he does look quite excited today.
Yeah.
But I must say, after just watching the horses in the previous class, the Pre-St. George,
Mm.
and now the Inter One, both of these tests falling under small tour,
Yes.
you can really see a difference in the development and the level
Yeah. And the
of-
degree of difficulty, I think that's, and how much quicker the movements come.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some really, really difficult lines. And we're welcoming back into the arena Janina Rexrod on Vincent Vegas. Also a horse that she's brought up,
Yes.
I think, from
She's had
lower
Vincent,
grades.
I think, for only 3 years, so a shorter time than Rosalie. But I must say, I find it hard to sometimes differentiate
between the two.
horses.
Yeah, I think people get a certain type of horse that they enjoy riding. I know I've certainly got a type that I like, and this will certainly be a type that she likes.
Yes.
Elegant, kind, with good movement.
Yeah. And I mean, they do look rather similar,
They do.
and
Yeah.
they're the same kind of like
Same colour?
size and build
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Started off with a lovely halt into that collected trot. Track to the left and then straight away across the diagonal HXF into extended trot. So they'll be looking for regularity, elasticity, balance, energy of the hindquarters, over track, which we were talking about in the previous test, lengthening of the frame, and then the transition into the extended and out of the extended. So basically from collected to extended and back to collected again. And this difficult movement, the shoulder in on the center line, into that right voltaire. Frame coming a little low, but she seemed to have picked him up as she went into the half pass. Just what I enjoy seeing in combinations like this is the soft bottom rein of the curb. And then back into her half pass. And the voltaire left. Do you find that canter, that trots voltaire, they can go a little bit quarters in?
Yes, especially because you're coming from the half pass.
Yeah, with the quarters in.
Yeah.
Then you go into that voltaire where they want to almost have quarters in, and then you're going to go straight into that shoulder in, where the quarters have actually then got to be straight on the track. And I just find sometimes they tend to still want to go quarters in the
they're
shoulder
almost
in.
like a bit wiggly.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
in
So
their
you've got to
body.
really make sure that they are nice and straight.
Yeah, I must say it is not easy to. You're obviously aiming for suppleness, but you still need to show straightness.
Yeah.
It's a nice relax.
Nice, very relaxed walk. At least the clouds have gone.
And the wind has calmed down.
Wind has calmed down. Good upward transition. And that's quick, hey, that turn at A onto the centre line into the half pass.
I must say both the Pre St George and the Inter One have upward transitions into the canter and then half passes
Yeah.
straight after, which is not easy.
Shame, just a little miscommunication there. Showing a really, really good collected canter around that corner.
And a bold
Yeah.
extended canter. You can see he's relaxed and she can
Yeah, she can
she
open
can
him up
ask more.
safely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And nice and uphill now.
very nice 3-time
Yeah,
changes.
lovely.
Relaxed and straight.
Yeah, you get the feeling this horse is very relaxed in his job.
Yeah. Now going into the canter pirouette. Could have been a little bit more closer to the center line,
Yeah, and could have had a little bit more jump
and that makes it a little bit more difficult for her now to
to fit in the
change.
second one. Yeah.
Exactly. That one's better positioned than the first. Now 7 2-time changes. Well centered as well though.
Lovely. Breathing a sigh of relief. Well, we are. And you spoke about
Nice
that transition
dialogue, yes.
being difficult there. It looked really relaxed.
And smooth.
Yeah, and then beautiful across the diagonal. I think you can feel that you're towards the end of the test and you can safely open up. Because
Yeah.
there's not much more that can go wrong.
Nice square hold.
Yeah, super.
I'm sure she'll be happy with that.
Second ride of the day.
Yeah.
She's going to sleep well tonight, and I think we'll be seeing her back tomorrow for the freestyles.
We have a score for our first rider and horse combination, Django and Alexandra Butcher. A very nice 70.147% from judge at H. From judge at C, 68.088%. And then a 69.559 from judge at E, finishing on a total score of 69.265. So I'd say that's a good way to start the class.
Yeah, certainly a strong, nice, big, strong mark to start the class on. We're now looking at Jenny Neal and Argento. I really like this horse. He just looks comfortable and nice. Again, another one I could very easily take home. I think she'd notice though. Jenny,
Yeah, she has a very special.
she's got a very special
partnership
bond with this horse. He's seen her through a lot. Jenny, a mother of 2 very successful boys who both show jump at a top level. So do her daughters-in-law, and her grandchildren are now really showing us how it's done. So 3rd generation of riders.
Clearly in the genes.
It must be in the genes. I think Jenny also trains with Natalie, am I correct?
Yes.
Lovely bend into that half pass. Collected.
Lovely crossing over there. You saw how they, as she came out of her 8-meter circle, you could see he wanted to keep his quarters
Yes,
like we were
yeah,
discussing
what we
earlier,
were
but she
talking
quickly
about.
corrected
She
him.
did, yeah. Oh, what a lovely picture across.
Yeah. And another horse that is showing good relaxation.
Very
in
good
his work.
relaxation, yeah. And such nice softness on the bottom rein. He's just really with her
Yeah.
and trying. I wonder how much shampoo was used to get him looking like this.
Yeah, even his tail is
Yeah, just perfect.
so white and shiny. That was very,
Upward.
yeah,
Lovely
on
and
the
straight,
aid,
eh?
Yeah. Straight into that steep half pass. Very
Nice to the
nice.
left.
Mm. Straight change. Very nice.
Super. Well ridden line.
Yeah, and you could see she had plenty space.
Yes.
When she had finished.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Yeah.
like she was going to run out of space. The nice thing about this extended canter being in this part of the test is you almost wake them up a little
Yeah,
bit
yeah,
now before
yeah.
going into
With
the
the
changes.
changes.
Some horses, it may not be the best
No,
thing.
no, some you're not
if
trying
they
to
get
wake
a bit
up.
too excited. Very nice changes. And well centered.
It's just a happy picture. You know, like a pleasure to watch.
Oh, a little change there before.
Let me not speak too soon.
Yeah. She recovered very well.
No, she
from
did
it.
recover well. And you could see him thinking, oh, sorry, mum.
Yeah.
Just got a little
I
bit
thought we were
keen.
doing the change.
Yeah. And again, using the arena correctly, you know, not running out of space.
Yeah.
And we'll see that a lot tomorrow, I think, for the freestyles. Is the use of the arena and the rider's interpretation of the space.
Yes. Seems like she started those changes a little bit
Early and, yeah, left with a little bit too much time at the end.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you misjudge it because you say, oh, I've got 7 changes I need to do. But
I need to go quickly.
because they only every 2 strides, it doesn't take up that much space. Very nice extended
Yeah,
trot.
he just seems to sit so nicely in that.
And still with a lot of energy. And
Yeah.
sometimes at the end of the test,
No,
like
they-
this, you're a bit tired.
Yeah, they're
both horse
tired
and
and
rider.
leaning on you a little bit. Super. We're really pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It was
Jodie
just a
will be happy
really
with that.
accurate, correct, good test.
you know,
Well,
especially
that's-
after we had already.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why I'd rather check them later if everything is there. But I need to put my foot in.
No, no offense taken. None. But some of you.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I know it's the same with me. It's the minute I think of something, I feel either write it down
Yeah.
or do it. Otherwise,
Yeah, exactly. Because
I
you know
get
you're in this tunnel. You're like
yeah. You've
no,
got the
you're-
picture.
You got it, and you need to.
No problem. We'll do it afterwards. No problem.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, no.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Minnie from Germany. Hey, nice to meet you. Sieh mal, einmal mit die kann nämlich nicht vorne sehen. Hast du gesehen, was da für eine Tasche entstanden ist? Und auch die Schale. Too much of that. And yeah, maybe, but now face to face, and they said it really in a calm way. Yeah. Such a nice feeling. Absolutely. No stools, with more long drink that is really fun. Rider. Yeah, but the horse has to do this exercise with fun and not no choice. And sometimes it's yes, I rather want to like dive down. Wenn du manchmal hingehst, ist das auch guckt ein bisschen anders, als wenn du auf dem Papier stehst. Ja. Ich will ja auch kein Nachlegen. I'm a guardian for the horses. And to be honest, and I cannot. I always looked at this part. No. I have no problem with a mistake and something with the lady here, the second one. Yeah, she did really pity with with the half passes. Yeah, to be honest. Yeah, no, you get a low mark and you will learn from it. Yeah, be quicker in your aim. Yeah, but I have no doubt. I have no trouble with this, but with the other thing, great trouble. Because every day it's the same. Absolutely. Today's riding. Oh, the next one.
So our next rider in is Nicole Smith and Callagher Benny Calypso. We have a score for Yanina and Vincent Vegas. Judge at H, 65.441%. judge at C 66.765%, judge at E 67.059, finishing on a total score of 66.423.
Here we have Nicole Smith on her mother Diane Smith's Calaho Benny Calypso. I think we had a half brother in the previous test, also being by Benicio, owned by the Calaho stud. I think they bought this horse off the auction, and they've produced him up to this grade, which is great to see.
I'm not sure how old he is.
No, not an old horse.
No, you can see. I mean, just in
looks
the
a
way
little
he's
immature.
going, that
Yeah.
he's fit and strong.
Mm.
He's not.
Mm. Good into that half pass.
Nice cadence.
Nice square halt. Into the rein back steps and then straight on into collected trot.
And this is the second horse in this class that is in a snaffle.
Yeah, nice
so
to
the
see.
first and the third horse. You can see he wants to dip down a little bit. In
Yeah,
that,
on the volte.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Nicole just says, come.
Come up, up. And again, what we were talking, that the quarters still want to be going slightly sideways. But she managed to straighten him out.
Lovely. That's actually a medium. Is it a medium or length? It's not an extent. It's a medium
Medium
trot. Yeah.
trot.
And that's another tricky thing, that you get so used to doing extended trots
Yeah.
that you can't show too much
Yeah.
in that movement, because you actually have to show a difference between the extended and the medium in this test.
And the horses learn as well. When you turn across that diagonal line,
They sometimes just go.
they want to go, and you've got to say whoa.
Whoa, whoa.
And some of them, it's a little bit of a party trick for them.
Yeah.
And you've got to be quite careful and not train it, even though it's so tempting. Not train it the whole time.
Yes.
Just make sure that
I've always told myself, you've only got so many extended
extendeds
trots
in you.
your horse.
Yeah.
So save them.
Yeah. It's
Save
like
them
jumping
for the competition.
jumping the
ring.
big 150 jumps.
You're not going to jump a course of jumps every day.
No.
Very nice into that half pass. You can see she really used that corner.
But
to get him
again,
ready.
it goes back to the experience that she's
Mm.
had, riding Grand Prix overseas, representing South Africa. It comes through. Because he will be a green horse that she's taking around today.
I must say that was very well ridden.
Yeah, so well ridden, and then so
smooth
nicely
and
back.
accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah. This horse has a very nice canter.
Good nice ground cover.
And very active behind.
Yeah. Those hind legs just keep moving no matter what.
Yeah. Which helps in all of these movements. The
Yeah.
half passes, the flying changes. Very expressive changes.
Nicely ridden. I can see Dad Neil standing on the side, taking photos. Nerve-wracking watching your children ride. Something that I'm sure you will be doing in a few years' time.
Yes. And again, those hind legs really
Yeah.
coming under.
Yeah. Sitting. Dressage horses have to be extremely strong in their hocks and have a very good hind leg that is underneath them. You don't want to start training higher movements with a horse that battles a little bit with the hind legs.
Yeah, they need to be strong.
They need to be very strong.
And again, with her experience, she knows to make sure she does the change before she gets to K.
Yeah. What I like is the
Very
frame
nice
is
changes.
staying open the whole way through.
And straight.
Yeah.
See this downward. Oh, a little bit abrupt.
Yeah, a little abrupt,
You could see he was like, are we going to walk?
Mm. but still listening to her.
Mm.
Now you can see that hind end
Very
working
nice.
hard.
Nice steady center line. Lovely straight halt to finish off the test.
I think we're seeing her in the next class as well. Well, not, we're actually seeing her in the Grand Prix
Yes, in the ground.
on her own horse. So she'll be getting off this and onto the next one. Also a busy day for her.
Yeah, this is the second horse because she came second in the previous class.
Yeah,
in
in the Prix St. George she was second. So busy day. And she'll have pupils riding as well, so she's probably running around, warming pupils up, warming up her horses. And she'll be going to Felicity for the bit check.
Felicity's running after. She's obviously trying to get out the way for the next rider. So
Yeah, I think that's you don't want to be
standing in the
the way.
Did you order lunch?
die hele lewe wat hy op die dans wil. Het die naam verkeerd geskryf jammer.
Into the arena is our next rider, Joni Monsoon with Susan Kukumur.
Oh, quite an exciting start. Hopefully she'll get things back. Here we go. This looks very excited to be doing its job.
Quite the entrance.
Quite the entrance.
It's a Gauteng, I think. For a second I thought it was a stallion.
No, I don't think so.
It's got stallion-like energy. She contained that extended trot
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
considering that he's probably on the verge of explosion.
Yes, I think so. Nice to see a dressage horse so keen to do its job.
Yes.
We get teased by the eventers and the show jumpers that our horses don't enjoy their jobs. The jumping's far more exciting, but I don't know, this one seems to be loving every second of it.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to know this horse is breeding. Into the rein back, and then straight back into the collected trot. Into that left half pass, showing some overtrack, turning left into the volte.
He's clearly looking for a friend. He's calling someone.
Yeah.
It seems to be settling quite well.
Again, nerve-wracking to start off like that. I suppose it's, if we equate it into show jumping terms, it'd probably like, I see the bells rung. Seems to have gone wrong. Just try and work out where. She's just coming up to have a little chat to the judges. I do stand to be corrected, but it could be that the judge has noticed something such as the horse being slightly unlevel.
Yeah, maybe just in that.
Just a little unlevel in
medium
that,
trot.
in the medium trot over the diagonal. And sport's all about welfare of the horse, so she will be called up and she will be asked to leave the arena. Okay, we will be having a short break, obviously, because this has ended early, before we wait for our next rider in, who is Catherine Burning, with on Faith Burning's Del Sol.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
It wasn't an honest one. It was our hope already. It was.
Yeah,
And then he just said, okay, I'm going this way. Up for it. And all the corners.
En nou het jy asma.
Eish. Hallo.
Het jy pomp?
Let's say Angie Fluffy level still. Angie did order for you guys. Chicken salad. Do you want a chicken salad? No. He said Angie already ordered.
Okay, so we have a score for Jennifer Neal. Judge at H 61.176. Judge at C 60.588. Judge at B 62.059. Finishing on a total score of 61.274.
Okay, next in we have Catherine Burning, riding Faye Burning Halstead's Del Sol. Also another horse that I wouldn't mind taking home with me.
I have to agree.
Yeah. Nice bold canter going into that halt.
Something this horse has got is cadence.
Oh yeah, cadence for days.
Lovely, controlled, extended trot. And showing a real difference back into the collected trot.
Yeah. But this really dances, doesn't it? Nice in the shoulder in. And then onto her volte right.
You really using that circle to keep her going into
to
that
get her
half
on
pass.
track for that half pass. Also one of our more experienced riders, having ridden as a young rider in high level and now as an adult.
Very
at a high
nice square
level.
hold there.
Super square halt. And an obedient rein back into the collected. If I'm going to be completely critical from the angle we're sitting at, that half pass took a little bit long to develop,
Yeah.
but then it was super towards the end.
And she made sure to really straighten him after
Straighten,
the half pass going into that circle.
Get her right leg back to keep the quarters on track and to take the shoulder off the track. But this must be what driving a Ferrari is like,
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Real horsepower.
Yeah. And then, as you say, that medium trot into that transition, not an easy movement.
Especially because they build so much energy into
Yeah, in
from
the
the medium
medium.
trot. Could have come a little bit closer to the side there.
This is a fairly new combination, though.
I think they're still getting to know each other, especially in the competition
Yeah, in this environment.
environment, yeah,
And I'm sure we'll be seeing them at SA Champs.
for sure. A little bit of tension there. I think it's probably he's anticipating that transition at P.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely knew that canter transition was coming. You could
Yeah.
see the little steps to start with. But again, just enjoying his job, trying his best.
Can see getting that bend before she
Yeah.
asks for the change. So accurate riding.
And a nice straight change. She's got a smile on her face. At least I think it's a smile. Across the diagonal.
Bold extended canter.
Yeah.
But you can see she's doesn't
No,
want
she's
to ask
riding
too
carefully.
much.
Yeah. You don't want to put your foot flat on the
Yeah.
accelerator. You wanna
Nice
leave,
change.
Leave something in the engine.
And
a
you can
lovely
see she
uphill
really
canter.
used that canter to get
Yeah.
him back for
Yeah.
a nice change.
And again, that's the experience coming in of a rider having ridden a lot of horses at a high level.
Yeah.
Just a few little
Miscommunications.
miscommunications in her changes across the diagonal
Maybe
line.
a little bit
I think he's a bit
excitement after
excited,
the
yeah.
extended canter.
And he'll be training his sort of Grand Prix two-time changes
And the ones.
and the ones. And I think they're very clever when they start learning them.
Yeah.
Lovely uphill in the canter pirouette.
That was nice. And her changes in the correct position
Yeah.
as well.
And then a well-centered second pirouette.
I think this is going to be a better one than the first.
I think they all have one side they're like
Mm.
us, one side that's stronger than the other.
And obviously coming back after already doing one pirouette,
Yeah.
they're ready,
They're
more
ready and they
prepared
know,
for a
they know
second
it's
one.
coming. Yeah. He
That's
just
a
started
pity
off a little
he's-
keen there,
yeah.
I think.
I think Catherine said, okay, I need to get you back a bit because...
Exactly. You need to wait.
Yeah. Let's see this downward transition. That was done well.
Yeah, lovely. Uphill. And
Beautiful
I think this is this
extended
horse's
trot.
strong point is his medium and extended trots.
For sure.
Really coming off the ground, showing some super ground cover. Was lowering of the hindquarters.
Coming down her final center line.
Good. Nice smile on her face.
And we have a score for Nicole Smith and Callagher Benny Calypso. Judge at H 65. Judge at C 65.882. Judge at B 65.441. Finishing on a total score of 65.441. And into the arena we have our last rider in this class, Trudy Cumberland on I Farmer Handsome.
Trudy's second ride of the day. We saw her in Brighton early this morning at 8:10. And this is her trusty partner that she's been with for years. I think she's brought him all the way up as well. so they know each other inside out.
It's been lovely to see them develop and their partnership
It really
grow
has, yeah.
as they've gone up the levels.
And he certainly lives up to his name, doesn't he?
Yeah, he is handsome.
He is Mr. Handsome.
You can see those little ears, the way he...
No, he's listening.
Yeah.
Lovely up into that trot. Across the diagonal. Dear. She's gone wrong and she knows she's gone wrong.
Oh, she was meant to go into the half pass.
Yeah.
And I thought this is deja vu because I'm sure I just saw her do an extended
I was
track.
also a bit confused. But at least she's a good sport and can laugh about it. She knew straight away that she'd gone wrong. Into the left circle. Into that shoulder in.
Accurately ridden. And recovering well after
Yeah.
making that mistake.
Yeah.
It's a very nice medium trot.
Yeah. Good, nice relaxed walk.
I've seen a couple of riders now not coming fully to the side there and almost making a little bit of a shortcut.
Yeah.
Obviously that line is very difficult to do such a...
Yeah.
It's more than a 90-degree turn. It's, well, less than 90 degree. So it's a very sharp turn and then you're going into an extended walk.
Straight towards your judge at B.
Yeah. That was a good upward. A nice position going into that first half pass. Very nice deep half pass. And very well executed.
Big smile on Trudy's face. Good, boldly ridden. And now to bring back for the collected with a change. This horse has a very good uphill way of going, doesn't he?
Yes. And so often they're more inclined to go
Yeah,
down.
it'll get a little deep in the frame.
But he's just maintaining that.
Yeah,
nice.
he's definitely maintained it. Yeah, starting off well.
And what's nice is that he didn't come up more
No.
or go down.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that.
yeah. He maintained that
that
uphill
nice
way of going.
frame.
Yeah. Trudy always looks like she's really enjoying herself, don't you
Yeah.
think? Oh dear,
Oh,
what a pity.
and I was going to say,
I thought
I
it
nearly
was...
said these changes are going to be so good.
Yeah.
And then he just snuck in a one there.
But again, you know, we talked earlier about them
Training
the higher movements and wanting to pop a few in. So just keeping the judges on their toes. Look at that.
That's a very
Such
nice extended trot.
lovely, bold. You can see the hind leg correctly coming underneath him, not going out to the side. And then back for the collected.
And it's so nice to see some horses look like they're rushing through the medium or extended. He just
sits
got
and
more
waits.
cadence, and he just travelled and covered ground.
Stepping a little wide behind at the back, but then
Trudy's-
corrected.
she's
She
super
is
chuffed with
delighted
that.
with that, and she can be. Then I think we're seeing her tomorrow again in the freestyles. We will be updating you with scores as soon as we can.
So we have a score for Del Sol and Catherine Burning. Judge at H 66.176. Judge at C 63.824. Judge at B 66.324. Finishing on a total score of 65.441, which is actually the exact same total score as Nicole Smith and Callagher Benny Calypso. So far, we are waiting for the final score for Trudy, but the current standing would be in first place. As I said, we're still waiting for the final score, but this is currently Alex's line in first with a 69.265. And then in second place, Yanina with Vincent Vegas with a 66.423. But as I said, we're just waiting for the final score for Trudy.
Go for a quick run, huh?
Linda? Ach, memory. Sorry.
Memory, ek kan so ding.
Hallo.
Wie is ons weer?
I know. Well, I wanted to say, which one of them wanted a cappuccino? Claire, you need to go over there for lunch. You have to go over here for lunch. Okay.
You up?
Ah, perfect. Here you go. I wish.
You wish? Oh, you wish you let this come true.
Yeah. Well, I've actually been listening in, so it's
Oh, have
nice.
you? So now
I'm
you know
learning.
So now you know what to say. That's perfect.
Yeah. I've learned what cadence is. Yeah, I googled it. I was like, I don't know what this means. I will. Thank you.
For me,
Yeah.
cadence is on a bicycle. It's still how exactly. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
No perfect experience.
You can actually just walk through there. Yeah. And you see where they're sitting. Yeah. Right through there. Yeah. Don't ring the bell just yet.
Welcome back. We are starting 1320 with number 1 in our FEI Inter B Championship, which is TI's Brenda Lee with Carl Bunzai. Brenda Lee is owned by Ina Kruger, who has been a long-time supporter of Carl's and a top rider herself. Bell signals the start of Carl's test as he canters down the long side to prepare for his entrance in collected canter. Again, halted X and proceed in collected trot and C-track right. Well ridden into the halt, just slightly moving behind. And then straight into the collected trot. C-track right, and then again we've got MXK, change rein, extended trot, K collected. Judges will be looking at the transitions at M and K, maintaining rhythm, fluency, precise, and smooth execution of transitions. We're going to start off with a half pass to the left, quite a sharp angle, all the way over to S collected trot, and again, transitions in and out will be marked. Showing good passage steps. And then C coming into the piaffe of 7 to 10 steps. Remember, in this movement the horse is allowed to move slightly forward of about 2 meters and then transition back into the passage and into half pass right, across the arena to V, and then we've got our AFL passage. So you can see a pretty giant leap up from the last test, the last class that we had, in degree of difficulty now showing in the piaffe and in the passage. And then again we go down into the piaffe of 7 to 10 steps. Good sitting. And then LE passage. And then straight into that walk transition. EIM extended walk. MCHG collected walk. So it will be to G on the center line. Over into that canter half pass, flying change. Just battling a little bit, get back onto the line for the second half pass, but very well recovered for the third line. And then really going for it across the diagonal line. And then setting up for our line of 9 flying changes. So you can see the degree of difficulty really has stepped up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Very well ridden and very nicely placed in the arena. You can see the look of concentration on Carl's face. Into the canter pirouette, or sitting well, and out to the change for E, and then E that turn. And the pirouette to the left. Going towards F with a flying change, and then down the center line. Into a super halt from where I'm sitting. That looks absolutely square. So well ridden, so well presented, and a really strong start to the class. Well done, Carl. our second rider in, Alex Butcher with Crazy Chocolate, who've made their way all the way from White River to be here today. This is Alex's second ride of the day. She rode in the Inter 1 Championship. We were talking earlier about riders liking a certain type of horse, and again, Alex likes these hot horses. She seems to really enjoy sitting on these powerhouses. So that A entered collected canter. Judge will be looking for straightness, contact, and the position of the pole, meaning how that the horse is not overbent or behind the vertical, that the pole is the highest point of the neck. So C track right, and then MXK change rein extended trot. Yeah, lovely uphill. The slight loss of rhythm in the beginning, but well recovered. And then the KAF collected trot. And then we've got that half pass across the arena from F to P. And then a transition to passage between S and C passage, and then we've got our PF at C. As you can see, we're preparing well. Just creeping forward slightly, so not as strong as a PF as Carl showed us. And then our half pass to the right. Showing good crossing of the front legs and the hind legs. This is the collected trot, and then at A we start our passage. Seems to be a strong point for this horse. They're looking really at regularity, cadence, collection, self-carriage, balance, activity, elasticity, and again the transition in and out. And into the walk, where I think the riders can have a little breathe a little bit. Even though they're riding the extended walk, at least the pressure is off a little bit from the PF Passage Tour. And then MCHG collected walk. Also difficult when you've been training that Passage PF to ride a clear collected walk. The horses might be anticipating slightly and wanting to be a little bit ahead of you and a little sharp with the aids. So we've got our G halt, and then rein back of 4 steps. Again, also waiting, 1, 2, 3, 4. Into the collected canter, and then RK, her line of 7 flying changes every second stride. Little mistake there with him popping in some ones. And then down the centre line to the half pass flying change, half pass right, flying change, half pass left, across, change, and then to the right and straighten. Horse is a very good quality canter. One, to, again, just a little bit miscommunication. He seems a little bit keen. I mentioned earlier that Alex likes the hot horses. Lovely pirouette. And a change. Down the center line. Slightly wide behind it, but otherwise a good hold. She can breathe a sigh of relief that is over. Horse well on his way to Grand Prix. I'll be updating you with scores as soon as they come in. Okay, next in, we've got Claire Martin with Callahoo Fiona Novella. Claire has produced this horse right up from the very beginning. I think she acquired him as a 4-year-old.
Number 7. So it's
another multi-talented rider, show jumping at a top level, eventing at a very high level, doing dressage at a high level, and also a breeder, breeding a lot of super, super young horses from her base just out of Joburg. And she produces all of them, backs them and rides them all herself. So she's, again, one of our hardest workers, very involved in the equestrian world. So we're just waiting for her bell.
Sorry, I was a bit early. The marshal sent me in. Number 7.
Claire's bell's just gone in. Gone. She'll be coming in her collected canter. Super halt. That's a movement we don't work on enough as riders. You know, you can get a hold really correct and start off the test on a 9, whereas if you don't work on it that much, you know, you can start off on sort of a 5. So it's just something you can work on, that you can really make correct, make it a feature of your horse's way of going, knowing that you've got a pretty solid halt, so at least you're going to pick up any good marks just for the halts. Into her half pass left, across the arena. Into her passage. Yeah, showing some super steps there. Now sitting and then out back into passage. And into her half pass right. So the judges will be looking for regularity, quality of the trot, a uniform bend, meaning a bend towards the direction that the horse is travelling, collection, balance, fluency, and crossing of the legs. Back into the passage, and then she'll be turning onto the centre line for her piaffe steps at L. Remember, there is a mark as well, not just for the piaffe, but for the transitions. Passage, piaffe, passage. And then LE passage, so travelling forward towards E. And then a sigh of relief into the extended walk, EIM. Looking for regularity, suppleness of the back, activity, over track, freedom of shoulder. So that's important. Stretching to the bit and transition back, the transition from the passage back into the walk. And then we've got our collected walk. And then on the centre line at G, a halt, and then rein back 4 steps. So you want to, he's very keen to start a little bit more passage, piaffe there, and then into the extended canter, into the canter transition. Good, and then across the diagonal. few little mistakes creeping in there. Down the center line. Half pass to the left, flying change, half pass to the right. Change, half pass to the left again. Change, and then back onto the center line. Extended canter across the diagonal. Claire will really go for it. And then really asking the horse, before you get to the corner, just sit back, collect and change. Oh dear, another mistake in the ones. Horse becoming a little keen, but still getting a pat and a smile from Claire. And that's what's so encouraging to see, is the riders, you know, you can train it and train it and train it at home and have it right at home, bring it into a show atmosphere, and the gremlins creep in. And the important thing is to keep your sense of humour. Remember that you're on a journey with your horse, and you know, just work on the things that you can improve on for the next show. Yeah, good canter pirouette. So that'll pick her marks up nicely. The flying change. And then the center line. And often these horses that are at the high levels, sort of, it's imprinted on them to halt at X. So we sometimes move the halt to G, and it's quite hard to persuade your horse that we don't need to halt at X today, we need to carry on to G. It's quite like hard riding down the center line, because they just they pick up so quickly, and these horses are so intelligent. We will be updating you with scores as soon as they come in. And this is not a very big class, so we've only got 2 more riders. We are now waiting for San Rubina and Marky Capers, but we are running a little bit ahead of time, so we will just wait for her to come in. I've got a score for you for our first horse, which was T.I.'s Brenda Lee, ridden by Carl Bunzai. Judge at C, a 68.54. Judge at B, a 65.676. So we are sitting on, Carl will be sitting on a 66.487. So a nice strong start to the class, and we will just be waiting for those other marks as they come in. We've got a mark for Alex Butcher, 62.793. So that is leaving Carl out in front with a 66.487. Welcoming into the arena now is San Rubina. Our second last rider in the class. So extended trot across the arena into the collected, and then our half pass across the arena. Into the passage, and then into the piaffe in front of the judges at sea, and then out of it back into passage. So remember, your transitions are marked as well. And then the half pass across the arena. And then in passage, preparing for her piaffe, which will be taking place at L. Remember, the horse can step forward slightly in this. About 2 meters is allowed, but otherwise they are looking for the steps to be on the spot, maintaining a lot of collection and self-carriage. I think that's almost the most important aspect of what the judges are looking for in the piaffe passage is the self-carriage, that the horse is not wanting to lie on your hands too much and is properly collecting from behind. Halt into the rein-back. Horse's frame becoming a little low, but then showing a good strong upward transition into the canter. And her line of changes. And again, a few little mistakes creeping in there, but recovering well towards the end. Into her half pass, flying change, extended canter across the arena. And then her line PH of tempi changes, so that is a change every stride. And the judges are looking for 9 changes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, and he added in a little one at the end. So unfortunately, even though the nine steps were correct he did add in another one, and she had to correct him by putting another one in herself. So he did 11 changes instead of 9, and that's going to be quite costly. And really sitting there in the collected canter. And out. The change at F. Into the halt. Big smile on her face, and she'll be pleased with that.
I know. I'm also thinking, why is there so much traffic? Why? Yes. Yeah, it's like, why is the parking so full? You know, I was then shopping. What's this traffic?
Also got it from
Yeah, yeah. Gosh, but I love it. It just gives you,
yeah. Scrambles our brains.
yes.
Behind the tree and then so on the there.
so nice.
Exactly. So, Christina,
I also
spinach,
ended up giving away.
spinach, I freeze it, and then my cream spinach with raisins and whatever. So then I've got so much now that I'm actually on Monday going to see the vegetables because of the road. Yeah.
And I also
We're looking at our last rider in the class, Andrea Harrison, riding her own Rivendell Daktari. Andrea, another very hard-working woman in the equestrian world, full-time coach, rider, and mentor to many of her pupils. Beautiful across the diagonal, horse really showing expression. Good lengthening of the frame, and then into the collected, and into the half pass left. Andrea being a very experienced rider, having ridden at Grand Prix in South Africa and having competed overseas for a number of years. Yeah, showing some good steps there. Into the half pass right. Back into her passage, and then she'll be coming onto her centre line for her piaffe steps. Just a little bit of tension creeping in there. Into the extended walk, across the short diagonal. Horse has got an exceptionally good walk. So this will be picking up the marks. Keeping him in collected walk to turn onto her centre line where she'll halt and rein back of 4 steps. Little too many steps, but the horse is quite green at this level. I'm lucky to have such an experienced rider on board. And again, a few little gremlins just creeping in there, in the changes. To the half pass. Yeah, just losing a little bit of balance there. Horse becoming a little bit keen. And again, Andrea showing her experience and composure, managing to finish it off well. I don't think I've ever seen Andrea actually get rattled. bold across the diagonal. Good sitting in the collected canter. Into her line of ones. Yeah, much better than the first line. Oh, also adding in a little one there, but that's okay. Horse just becoming a little ahead of himself at times, but as I said previously, he is quite green at this level. Into her final halt, which from where I'm sitting looks very good. We'll have a short break and I will get back to you with scores as soon as possible. Okay, just an update on the scores. We've still got Carl sitting out in front. We're just waiting for our final results. That we will announce as soon as we have them.
Here we go.
Welcome back. We're starting the Grand Prix Championship off with Nicole Smith. We are aware that we haven't announced the results for the previous class, but we are working on it. We will get them to you as soon as possible. So again, this Grand Prix test is a step up from the last test that we had. So enter collected canter, X halt, immobility salute, and then proceed in collected trot. XC collected trot, C track left, HXF extended trot, then FAK collected trot, KB half pass right, and then straight BH half pass left. So some steep angles, a little steeper than we saw in the previous class. Judges looking for crossing of the legs and a uniform bend. Then we have our C halt. And rein back 5 steps. Nicole's horse staring into something in the distance. I can hear a horse calling. Then MV extended trot. And then VKD passage. And then we are looking at PF of 12 to 15 steps on the center line at D. And then of course our transition passage, PF passage. And then PH extended walk across the diagonal. And then coming into our HCM collected walk. Lovely walk. Looks like she's got the horse's attention back again. M passage. Again looking at the transition from the walk to the passage and then into the piaffe on the center line. Then E collected canter left. And we're going to have a diagonal line of 9 flying changes of leg every second stride. Straight into the collected canter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Super. And a little pat from Nicole. Obviously very happy with that. And pick her marks up nicely. And then extended canter across the diagonal, very boldly ridden. And then a flying change before the end. And then down the center line. So this is 5 half passes with flying changes of leg at each change of direction. And a change and a turn right. Now we've got our line of 15 tempi, so every stride. Look pretty good to me. And then A down center line, and L pirouette to the left. Good, the pirouette taking her back onto the center line, riding forward a few steps, flying change to the right, and then a pirouette to the right. Then collected canter, tracking right at C. Then a transition back to trot. And across the diagonal in extended trot. K collected trot, K A collected trot. Then we're going to see her center line. So collected trot to passage, DX passage, XPF, 12 to 15 steps. And they really want these steps to be on the spot. If the horse creeps forward a little bit, he will be penalized. Back out into passage to G, and G halt salute. And into a super halt. So she'll be very, very pleased with that, as will her parents. Super test and a really, really good start to our Grand Prix class. Next up, Vase Neyman with his very special Presudomido. I stand to be corrected, but I think this is a horse very new to this level, but a rider that certainly is not new to this level. Vey has ridden extensively overseas at all levels. It's great to have him back in South Africa. That is his bell, and he will be making his way down to A. Shout out to his partner Sean West, who is hopefully recovering from his recent surgery on his knee. I'm sure he is watching from somewhere. You've got a month, Sean, till SA Champs. No pressure. Already showing a beautiful, beautiful collected canter. Into the halt. A C track left, and then straight away HXF across the diagonal in extended trot. Into RKB, half pass to the right. And then into our half pass left. So well ridden. Horse is keeping a lovely uphill way of going. Into the C halt immobility and a rein back of 5 steps, and immediately into collected trot. Then a change MV across the diagonal extended trot. And then VKD passage. And then 12 to 15 PF steps on the center line. Oh, just look at that. Stunning, stunning, stunning. And then a mark again for the transitions passage, PF passage. DFP passage. And then into the extended walk at P. Horse just tripping slightly. HCM collected walk. And again, quite a difficult movement, as the horse often anticipates when you take up the reins and start to put your leg on to ask for the collected walk. It may be anticipating the passage or piaffe. But Vey riding that really beautifully. And then at M we have our transition back into passage, with a transition from the collected walk into the passage. This is a real highlight for the horse. And then into that canter transition at E. Very well ridden. See the horse getting a little pat from Vey. And then coming across FXH on the diagonal line. 9 flying changes of leg every second stride. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Super. And across the diagonal, an extended canter. Really boldly ridden. Good. And a change at K. And then onto the center line with 5 half passes to either side of the center line with a flying change of leg at each change of direction. Again, Bay just showing off his experience, helping the horse with his job, and a big smile on his face. Then down into our pirouette. Sorry, into our one-time changes. An A down center line, L pirouette to the left. Horse really sitting, lightening of the forehand, super. Flying change, and then into our pirouette to the right. Super. C-track right. And then into the collected trot, MR, RK across the arena and extended. K collected. Yeah, really showing push and strength of the hind leg there, going into that extended trot. And then A down center line, DX, so the passage will start at D. And then into Piaf at X, 12 to 15 steps. Remember, we're looking for these steps to be on the spot. Back out into Passage. To G, and then the G hold salute. Into a beautiful halt. Faye looks absolutely over the moon, very pleased with his horse today, which is nice to see. As I said, I stand to be corrected, but I think this is their first outing in the Grand Prix, and Faye can be super, super happy with that. Okay, we are waiting for our next horse in this class. There are only 5 horses in the class. We've got Rathmore Caprice with Siobhan Records in at 1440. So we're just waiting for her to put her final touches onto her warm-up, and she will be joining us shortly. Okay, we have Siobhan Records coming in with her very special chosen one, Rathmore Caprice.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Siobhan has produced this horse herself, right up from prelim, so I think this is his second or third year in Grand Prix. I stand to be corrected. Very special partnership, special combination. Always special to see a horse and rider that if you've watched come up the grades and be sitting now in the Grand Prix. A real achievement for Siobhan and her horse. We've got our C-track left. HXF extended across the diagonal. I think this is a real highlight of this horse. And then FAK collected. Into our half past right. Really good steps travelling. I can see Siobhan's mother Linda standing watching, and I'm sure that is Trojan, her groom, who is videoing. Half past left. And then into our halted C and rein back 5 steps and immediately proceed in collected trot. Nice to see this horse out in a snaffle. Siobhan wearing her very distinctive blue boots, electric blue boots. I think we're all getting used to it now, but in the beginning it was a little bit of a shock. So super steps across the diagonal. Into her passage and then into her piaffe on the centre line. Again, this is a highlight of this horse. Siobhan would be very happy with that. And super transition into the extended walk. Good extended walk across the diagonal. Into her collected walk. And then into the passage at M. And then turning onto the centre line for her piaffe steps at I. So the judges are looking for between 12 and 15 steps.
Nice transition in, but a little bit tense coming
Yeah,
out.
little tension. It's the first tension I've actually seen in the test.
And then straight into the collected canter, and that's a hard transition from the
Yeah.
passage into the collected canter. Lovely 2-time changes there, and very straight as well.
Across the diagonal in extended canter. Bringing him back to collected and the flying change. Into the start of her half pass. And a change. Siobhan looking a little relieved after that line.
That is not an easy movement.
No, it's quick. Into her tempies.
Lovely.
Well ridden.
Two
Big pads.
two clean lines of changes. Lovely canter pirouette and then straight onto the centre line.
And into the canter pirouette, right? I keep talking about highlights that this horse has, but it's almost every movement is a highlight.
Yeah.
Across the diagonal, an extended trot, and then A down centre line.
Straight into the passage.
And then into some piaffe steps at X.
Lovely and straight from here.
Yeah. And into the halter G. Siobhan looks delighted. Horse looks very proud of himself. Clever boy. We will be updating you with some scores as soon as we have them. We've got some scores that have come through. A score for Nicole Smith of 66.413 and a score for Vay Snowman of 64.71. Next in, we have Samantha Foley riding her very special Lucas 911. Lucas just calling a little bit, looking for some mates to watch
He's
the rugby
maintaining
with.
his focus.
No,
which
he's
is-
maintaining his
he
focus.
keeps his head in his
Game
frame.
face on. But we've got rugby in about an hour, so a super quality horse that Sam brought into the country a few years ago.
And she competed him overseas
Yes.
before
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
brought him here.
And she's just purchased another very special horse overseas that she will be competing overseas
Yeah.
for a while, and then she'll be bringing him back here. Or at least that's the plan. To a nice square halt.
I was about to say that.
Yeah. And the rein back steps.
Back into a collected trot.
Across the diagonal in her extended.
Very expressive, this horse, in the extensions.
Mm. Then onto her centre line for her piaffe steps.
Losing a little bit of energy going into the piaffe.
Mm.
She got it back. And I'd say it was a better transition coming out.
Out then in, yeah. And then a good downward into the walk.
He's still calling for his friend. But he's keeping his head down.
No,
and,
he's
focused.
He really is. It's
It's
like,
not
Mum,
like he's trying to look around.
I have to call, but I'm with you, Mum. And a good walk.
Yeah, and you can see Sam got him up and collected as
Yeah.
she came from the extended walk, preparing him for that transition into passage. Back into the piaffe. I'd say that was a better transition in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
previous one.
Looking a little stronger. Back into the passage.
A nice transition into the collected canter.
And then our line of changes, 9 flying changes every second stride.
A little miscommunication there. And it looked like he almost came off the line a little
Yeah,
bit.
slightly off the line. Extended canter. Boldly
Very
ridden.
bold, yeah.
Yeah.
A nice flying change just before K.
And then centre line with her half pass left. Flying change, half pass right. Flying change, left again. Still calling, but still keeping his concentration. Just proving that a man can do 2 things at one time.
Lovely one.
Yeah.
I think he redeemed himself
yeah.
there from the twos.
Yeah.
really sitting
Yeah.
there in that
Good
pirouette.
into that pirouette.
Oh, just decided to do a one there before going into the pirouette.
Just keeping us all on our toes.
Adding in some
Adding
extra
in.
moves.
Yeah. Across the diagonal.
A lovely extended
Mm.
trot.
Really using his hind legs to push himself forward. Still calling.
Little miscommunication there. I think he maybe thought he was going into Piaf and
Yeah.
anticipated it a bit.
Yeah. Good.
Lovely halt.
Good. Sam looks very happy
Yeah,
with that.
very chuffed.
Well done.
And so does he.
He's more than pleased with himself. He's rushing off to quickly find his mate.
I don't think he looks like he's in a rush.
Nah.
Actually looks very nice and relaxed today.
He does look relaxed today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not the easiest to ride, I think.
No. Can, I think, be quite spicy on some days.
I think so, yeah. A mark for Siobhan Records has just come in. So she goes to the top of the class with a 68.188. Coming in now, we have Carl Bunzai on T.I. Spartacus.
I may be biased, but this is my favorite combination in this class.
I think you could be a little biased. That is his bell. Super center line into the halt, proceeding in collected trot, and C turn left. Yeah, this horse has got a trot on it.
It really looks like he's fired up and ready to go.
Yeah. It's just about containing that enthusiasm. We'll call it enthusiasm.
Yeah. Definitely no lack of energy here.
No. Sure.
Oh, that's really nice. Not only just crossing over, but just got extreme cadence there in that
Yeah,
trot.
and so much expression. Carl's just checking that the hindquarters are travelling with him. Very good into the hold. Little hurried in the rein back.
Yeah, a little bit hurried. I think he took that enthusiasm in the rein back as well.
Yeah. And then across the diagonal line. Lovely uphill, pushing from behind. Hind leg coming right underneath where Carl's sitting.
Yeah, so much power there.
Mm.
And
Those back
straight
legs.
into that passage.
Back legs are like pistons.
Yeah.
The horse's back legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and very strong into that.
Sure. Check those hind legs.
Little glitch.
Yeah. Little miscommunication there.
That's obviously often a little bit of tension that creeps in.
Let's see if he can get this relaxation in the walk.
Yeah, really not easy to ride. A horse that is this on the ball.
Yeah.
The walk is often a very telling movement. Coming relaxed at the end there.
Especially coming from the passage, and then now he's going to go back into
Yeah.
the passage.
Yeah. Carl's got his concentration face on.
Yeah.
And then around to M. We will see him back into passage.
Very nice
Yeah.
transition into the passage there. You can see Spartacus was waiting for Carl to give him that aid.
And thank goodness he did wait, because some of them
Yeah.
would really love enjoy being ahead of their riders.
Oh. Almost too much enthusiasm in that piaffe.
Yeah.
Nice transition into the
Yeah,
canter,
super
'cause
transition.
You would think with that energy.
Yeah, that there might be a bit of a glitch,
Maybe-
but there
yeah, a
wasn't,
bit of
and
an
it was
explosion.
straight. It was absolutely a straight
And very well
underneath him.
controlled.
Yeah.
I think that was very well centered. You could see Carl was waiting to
yeah.
start to make sure it was. And it looks like he's actually settled.
Yeah, he seems
quite
to be
nicely
settling as he
now into the
goes.
canter.
Yeah. Takes a brave rider to put their foot down on the petrol
Yeah.
across the diagonal line. And a good start to the half passes.
Again, I might be biased, but I feel that was the best zigzag half pass I've seen.
And so
today.
nicely placed where there's time at the end to just breathe before your final flying change.
Yeah. Beautiful one-time
You see,
changes.
got a little pat from Carl. And what's so nice is the horse is staying so open in the neck and not getting tight. Because a horse like this can tend to get a little tight and behind the vertical. But he's nice and forward. Oh,
And very
finds
uphill
those
as well.
easy.
Oh, that's beautiful.
We were saying earlier what a compact horse he is.
Yes.
And he will excel at things like pirouettes.
It's like he was made for them. I mean, look how nice and tight that little
Yeah.
circle is with his hind legs. And he's really sitting and maintaining the rhythm
Maintaining the
throughout as
rhythm.
well.
Across the diagonal.
His
Really
last
going for
extended
it.
trot. I feel like now that he's settled, he can push him a little bit more there.
Yeah. We'll see what this last line is like.
Well, the passage is looking really good.
Started off a little wobbly, but then
Yeah.
really came right.
I think one of the better
Yeah.
PFs
Yeah.
he's shown in this
He's
test.
strong. Into the passage.
The passage is just so regular and
It
so
is.
active. Sure.
It's like a metronome. Yeah, Carl
Yeah.
looks pleased with that. Lovely, lovely, lovely taste. That horse isn't even sweating. It's like,
I'm sure Carl is.
Carl possibly could be. But that horse just takes it all in his stride.
Yeah.
You can see Natalie Hobday, his trainer, standing at the edge of the arena. She's had a busy day with multiple pupils across multiple classes.
My camera broke. No, it just said I don't want to live anymore. I don't know. I'll go on Monday. It's like stuff that. No. This is Barney. Thankfully, Elmo. This is like literally as Andrea has my like the thing that keeps the photos. You. Yes. I phoned my dad. I was like, go try. Memory.
Okay, our most recent score has come through. Sam Foley sitting on a 66.159. So according to our calculations, we have got Siobhan Records still holding on to the front spot with a 68.188. And we will just be waiting for Carl's mark with T.I. Spartacus, and we will let you know as soon as we have that.
You guys chilly out here.
No, it's actually okay. It's just
the sunglasses became darker and darker. Yes. The sun disappeared.
safely.
Thank you so much. Yes, yes, yes.
Soft, and in a toilet wasenele wayelahleka leli thuba umdade ithuba ne ngalifaka so etishini ngalenza so ngalifaka la ngibeka lilahlekile futhi nalo lesithuba hayi yeah.
Okay, we've got our final score, which is for Carl Bunzai and T.I. Spartacus of 66.630. So that means that we have Siobhan out in front in first place on 68.188. With Carl coming into second place with his 66.630. And then third, we have Nicole Smith with 66.413. So we are going to sign off from our little tent at the Peter Minnie Arena. Sorry guys, it's been a long day. I can't even remember what arena I'm in. But we're going to sign off now and head home to watch the Springboks thrash our opposition.
Yep.
We'll be back tomorrow, bright and early, 8 o'clock start, with our day of freestyles tomorrow. So please, please, please tune in, get involved, send us questions, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow. That's a goodbye from me.
Have a good evening, everyone.